but within a year, I give us about a year to get involved with Iran. Marco Rubio's testimony was very clear on that, in terms of how he feels about Iran. But no, I would almost rather, like, I'm like, at least it's a fair fight. Anyone who talks about the fighting or the war in Gaza, it's like, no, these are sitting ducks. These are civilians. These are children. I mean, it's amazing, like, when you talk about, like, the ceasefire, oh, celebrations were had. Yeah, there were celebrations, but do you notice a lot of them were just children celebrating? Because it's quite literally the youngest population on planet Earth. Um, let's maybe talk about TikTok a little bit, because it is, if the ceasefire has been billed as a win for Donald Trump, and the Biden administration set everything
Hello.
up to
How's everyone doing today?
effectively hand Donald Trump what looks like a victory on Israel, on Gaza, then TikTok is going the exact same way. So the Supreme Court ruled today that they will, uphold the banning or forced sale of TikTok. That the free speech of the of TikTok, the corporation, as well as the free speech of the people on it, does not matter. Now I've seen multiple analysis, like some analysis that says maybe it's a good thing because, like, you know, corporate free speech should not be a reason, should not be like a defense, as people who don't believe the corporations are people and shouldn't have those rights. I think the rights of the users is a little bit different. And of course, we all know that the entire TikTok ban is bullshit. The entire TikTok ban, started by Trump as an anti China crusade, continued by Biden as an anti China crusade, but then got a lot of traction after it was found that so much information about the occupied territories, Palestine, Palestinian people, the, occupation in general, the apartheid of the region, that was going viral on TikTok, and people were getting hella woke to the occupation vis-a-vis TikTok, and they were sharing information vis-a-vis TikTok. Um, and so suddenly, a bill that had been dead, especially dead in the Biden years, just found new life. And oh, good old comedian Sasha Baron Cohen got on a call with Congress and was like, "You need to ban this." Yep, because they're doing an anti-Semitism. Um, so that that meant something for Trump. Simultaneously, Trump has people in his orbit, people hanging around Mar-a-Lago who want to buy TikTok, right? So the fact that Biden was seen as the TikTok enemy, and the fact that, they say it's because Trump says this bullshit and we'll listen to it and then we'll push back. But here's Trump's rationale, allegedly,
I mean,
for
everything is
now
bullshit.
possibly
What are we going to
wanting to
say, right?
save TikTok,
There's
because
absolutely nothing we
he
can do
uh,
anymore.
he said this after the ruling came down. Oh, no, 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 might be. Uh, he said this after the ruling came down. Supreme Court decision was expected and everyone must respect it. My decision on TikTok will be made in the not too distant future, but I must have time to review the situation. Stay tuned. I must have time to sell this to the highest bidder. How can I make this work for me personally? And here's his rationale, allegedly. I think this is on Newsmax, for why he might actually save TikTok.
I will make a decision. I must
I'm
say, I
well.
was on TikTok for the election, and I won the young people by 36 points. No Republicans ever won the young people, and I won by. You saw that, one of the
Yeah.
best groups. I won by 36 points. I was on TikTok. I had TikTok Jack working for me. He was a young guy, 21 years old. He was great, and we won. Young people. We won just sort of about everything, but we won young people, and I think that's a big, a big credit to TikTok. So I'm not opposed to TikTok. I think, let's see what happens. I really have to wait to see what happens at the Supreme Court because nobody nobody knows what they can do and who's going to do it until they hear from the Supreme Court. They're going to be making a ruling pretty soon.
And until then, he's waiting because he's playing a few billionaires off one another. He's playing a few hedge fund managers off one another based on who he wants to allow to purchase TikTok. Now, that was also peppered in with a whole lot of lies about him winning the youth vote by 30 points or 36 points. He didn't win any age category of voters under 50. Kamala Harris won under 30 voters by 54 to 43. Voters in their 30s by 51 to 45, and they tied among voters in their 40s. Yeah, and then Gen X really let us down over here. So if anything, he made 13 points of improvement with the youth vote, but there's no way he carried the youth vote. And also, like, have you guys been on TikTok? People are like, ew, you're not an abolitionist, gross. Like, they're left. You know what I mean? They're like big old lefties. They don't fuck with like MAGA. I mean, not the shit that I see. That there's a reason. Like, there's a reason that there's a lot of, you know, pro-Palestinian sentiment. It's like, these are young kids. Let's see. Rage Rock says, I hope people who do well financially on TikTok can transfer their success to another platform because I love for Elon to buy it. Then we do full boycott on it and that sends its value to zero. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it'd be very difficult for people to boycott TikTok. It's all they know. But this was a TikTok that was making the rounds that I particularly liked.
Fascist countries ban apps. Fascist countries ban websites. Fascist countries ban apps and websites under the guise of threats to national security, when every other country knows it's about suppressing the free speech of its citizens. If the government believes that a single app could, quote from the hearing on the 10th, skew the perspective of American citizens to be anti-American, maybe the real problem is that American citizens are already in such a state of political unrest and unhappiness that our government is scared a single foreign influence could tip the scale.
Why wouldn't our government be scared?
And have it all be over.
I mean, that's effectively what the Biden administration did. They were so afraid. I mean, let's just track it. The Biden administration on the TikTok ban, it was spurred by Palestine, and they behaved exactly the way AIPAC behaves every time a congressperson, like a freshman congressperson, dares to vote present on anything that has to do with voting for more weapons or, you know, whatever, some, you know, trumped up anti-Semitism bill. They are like, oh, hell no. You voted present? Oh my God. Present is just like, it's just the next step to like voting no. And then they pour millions of dollars.
Is that really
like
what my
they
voice
did
sounds
with,
like?
you know, Jamal Bowman into George Latimer's campaign. That's what they run.
That's
so
really
scared.
strange.
They overreact. That's when you know your project is hanging on by a thread. That's when you know you've lost the public sentiment. So she's absolutely right. I mean, if this were any other country, if this were China trying to ban Meta, right? If this were like even Brazil tried to block X for a while. I think they did successfully for a little bit, and then they weren't able to. Like, if this were any other country, we would call it exactly what it is, which is an authoritarian move.
Wait, what? You mean
so,
that for real?
Of course I don't want anyone to ban TikTok. But again, what's going to happen is that Trump is going to be the guy who
saves it.
Unban TikTok, but then delivered it to maybe Elon Musk or to some other, rich
someone
prick,
you don't
right?
want to have.
Who's going to make it even more censorious, fuck the algorithm like crazy. Although you can't even say things like death on there. I don't even know. Like that's what's going to happen. It will just be another X capture. It'll just be another right-wing platform capture. But I super agree with Rage Rock for now that there should be a broad boycott. I've been like, where's the next thing? Because I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go, you know? I mean, is it just Patreon? I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, maybe we just do like, maybe I'll just post everything on Patreon and people can check it out there for free, or that, you know, they're paid members, but like, you know, I fuck with Blue Sky obviously, but it's just, it's so sick. And of course, just because we hadn't gotten a moment to talk about him, or to him, although I did see him in Palo Alto, California once, and I did scream out the window, Fuckerberg. And I want everyone to know that. I want everyone to know that. Mark Zuckerberg is out in these streets. I think Tommy Vitor said he looks like a Molly dealer, and I think that's very funny, and I think that's very true. And here is Mark Zuckerberg. Now, I want everyone to remember, like,
Okay.
in 2016, when I was working at Newsbroke, we were tracking the way that Facebook was absolutely radicalizing people, and allowing misinformation
Wait, what?
to spread.
Facebook?
Misinformation about Hillary
No,
Clinton,
not at all.
misinformation, she is the devil that eats babies in pizza parlors. Like, all of that stuff spread on Facebook in 2016. And Mark Zuckerberg, in addition to what happened in 2016, I believe what was 2017, the Cambridge Analytica story broke, which was that if you use Facebook to connect to other apps, they were selling your information to external apps, which again, I guess in 2025 doesn't seem that crazy, but what they were specifically selling it to Cambridge Analytica that was psychographing, categorizing us based on our political preferences and our and all that, in order to then market propaganda to us. And specifically, it was a pro-Trump, like fucking Bannon-esque, Nigel Farage, like it was some, cohort of libertarian fucks. Like that's what was happening. And so, do you remember that scandal? And that's when I was like, I'm done with Facebook. I'm off. Except for Instagram. I mean, I do dabble, and I'm sorry. But like, so after 2016, when it was very clear there was misinformation, if I'm getting my timeline right, Zuckerberg already decided once Trump was elected that he was not going to have an editorial board review Facebook posts. So I think, or no, it was in the middle of the election cycle. In the middle of the election cycle, it was 2016.
Yeah, sorry, I pay attention much
In the middle of the election cycle, they decide they had a board of like former journalists and editors and whatnot.
Follow
from
me on all my
a smattering of reputable outlets that would basically review some of the content. He decided to get rid of that. That's when all the misinformation came. Then 2017 Cambridge Analytica shit broke, and all of his credibility was fucking dust, because it was like, you have radicalized people. You said you wanted, he basically was in the bag for Hillary Clinton, definitely more of a lib. And then it was like, oh shit, all the shit that I made money off of in 2016 has led to Donald Trump. I'm going to start like, now Facebook's only going to be about family. Remember, they were like, no more politics, zero politics, none of that. No memes. It's all going to be like posts about your family and, just like kid pics, nothing but kid pics. And so then all the algorithm of anything political got completely, demonetized and demoted. And I know because we were doing a lot of political content at the time through AJ Plus. So that was where he ping ponged. Then, of course, the money slowly creeps back in. And 2020, Trump's obviously on Facebook talking mad shit. He goes to the White House to meet with Donald Trump. Trump's talking mad shit about the 2020 election, on and on and on and on. You should all watch the Into the Storm documentary over on HBO. But in part, all of the misinformation that the Trump administration and everybody else in the Republican Party was allowed to, promote on Facebook, in part led to the, all the election lies and the big lie and the whole thing and the storm in the Capitol. And after the storm in the Capitol, of course, Zuckerberg's also like, oh shit, let's kick Donald Trump off of Facebook. But of course, because we have no government, because we have no deep state that actually does its fucking job, we're supposed to forget all of these things ever happened. The misinformation, the selling of our data to foreign actors who are psychographing us and directly targeting us based on our counties and where we live, not caring where that money comes from, not caring who's behind it, just as long as we're feeding, buying Facebook ads and buying Facebook ads. Because we don't have a DOJ that actually held people accountable on Jan 6, we're back in it. We're right back here. And so you're back to Zuckerberg now going like, actually, I do really like, and I don't know what's in this nerd's heart. I don't know who he is. I don't give a shit. He wants money. That's all he cares about. But so look at him. He wants money so bad. This is like the final scene in Grease. My guy's coming back like, you're the one that I love. You want to I love. You know what I'm saying? He's coming back. He's got the tight pants on. He's smoking the cigarette. He's trying to be all hard. Right? Like he really thinks he's got this. He's like, no, I'm going to change for you. I'm going to change for you. You don't got to change for me. I'm going to change for you. I am happy. I did a lot of Mark
Yay,
Zuckerberg
2
hair
people are
jokes. I made
watching
fun
me
of him a lot.
and listening to Franny.
But
Francesca
him growing out his hair
Fiorentini.
was a good idea. I
She is
fully
awesome.
support growing out the hair. So
Let
I'm
me
not
know if
about
I'm
to
too
knock that.
loud,
The chain and the
'cause I might be. I don't know.
the sort of like unmarked t-shirt, it's not working. It's not working. But here he is talking about the culture of masculinity in the workforce and
Booty
needing
boo.
a less feminized workforce. He's on Joe Rogan, of course.
For me, it's just I think a lot of the corporate world is like pretty culturally neutered, and I just think like having, I grew up. I have 3 sisters, no brothers.
What the fuck does that mean, culturally neutered? This is all bad.
I have 3 daughters, no sons, so I'm like surrounded by girls and women like my whole life, and it's like so I think
Hell yeah, I'm surrounded by girls, dog. Like, they said I couldn't get girls, then I just made some. Like, no big deal, but I got 3
Everyone
sisters.
loves
I have
farting
girls.
in your
I'm
mouth.
always around girls. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
Oh
we
boy,
do.
this is bad. He has
Everyone
not thought
wants to
this through.
see it.
I don't know. There's just something the kind of masculine energy I think is good, and
Yeah.
obviously society has plenty of that,
Everyone
but I
is
think corporate
gonna
culture
be
was really
shown.
like trying to get away from it.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, but the idea that
My
there's not enough
laptop over
masculine
here.
energy in corporate
Loads
culture.
videos on.
There's so much masculine energy in corporate culture that when you first start working at a corporation, whether it be McDonald's or whether it be JP Morgan Chase, they have to show you a video that's like, hey, it's not okay to touch women. You're not supposed to hit them on the butt. Hey, you, don't hit ladies on the butt. Like, there is a lot of there is so much masculinity that they have to tell you not to do sexual predation in the office. To say nothing of how corporations are run and who's on the board and who's fucking promoted and what are the stats now? It's like, 90% of CEOs or maybe 98% of CEOs in the United States are men. To say nothing of all the palling around after work drink bullshit you got to do, all the balls that you got to fucking coddle to get anywhere. You know what I mean? Just like this, it's so masculine, and it's obnoxious for men and women. It's not just obnoxious for women, it's obnoxious for everybody. What about how cold they keep it in the office? Remember? That's for men. Also, yeah, it's like really masculine. I mean, it's really feminine. We don't have like a masculine. I'm sorry, my guy. Did you miss the Me Too movement? Were you did you, or was that another story that you
What?
suppressed on your
Wait,
on your
what?
on your fucking platform, okay? Did you
The
miss what
Me
that
Too
entire
movement,
thing
that
was
didn't
about?
happen.
It
I don't
was
remember
about
ever seeing that.
toxic masculinity in the workplace,
not at
i.e.,
all.
sexual predators.
Not even on the slightest.
Fucking ridiculous. I can't. I know I'm swearing too much. It's bad. Okay.
Fran,
And
it's okay.
I do think that there's just something. It's like I don't know these all these forms of energy are good, and I think having a culture that like celebrates the aggression a bit more has its own merits that are really positive.
I just like, why can't we, break out and like, remember in the 90s, we could just go like, who? Like, why can't I feel like we need like a little bit more whoing, and I feel like just we need more be a little bit more aggressive. Like we need like my guy, you like your version of aggressive is like, you know, jerking off to some like a fucking coworker who like thinks you're creepy and weird because you breathe heavily in her cubicle and you just angrily like that's as angry as you get is just angrily being mad.
Not
She
at
thinks
all.
I'm weird because I asked her what her bra size was. And yeah, I'm just being a little aggressive. Like that's this guy's energy, guys.
Maybe a little bit.
And that has been a kind of a positive experience for me. Just like having a thing that I can just like do with my guy friends and like
Yeah.
and it's just like we're just like beat each other a bit. I don't know, it's good.
Beat each other. You want to beat each other? I think it's good to beat each other, We're gonna like
What?
this is also like real alien vibes. Like send down to earth. This is how act masculine. The males behave in this way. I just think we need to beat each other, right? And the aliens in the spaceship are like that wasn't good. They're just like, who told him to say that? Was it you, Charles? Not me. Like very Simpsons aliens are like, what the fuck did we do here?
It is good. I
I don't
agree.
know.
It's good. It just I could see your point though about
Yeah.
corporate culture. How
Joe Rogan can see the point about corporate culture, having never been in an office a day in his life. He really gets the corporate culture thing.
when do you think that happened? Was that a slow shift? Because I think it used to be very masculine. And I think it was kind of hyper aggressive at one point.
No,
in
and
time.
look, and I think part of the intent on all these things I think is good, right? I do think that if you're a woman going into a company, it probably feels like it's too masculine. It's like
Right.
there isn't enough of the kind of the energy that you may naturally have, and it probably feels like there are all these things that are set up that are biased against you, and that's
Right.
not good either because you want women to be able to succeed and
Right.
like have
It's just not too much, but like their success can't take away from my need to beat other men.
companies that can unlock all the value from having great people, no matter what their background or gender, So, um, but I think these things can always go a little far. And I think it's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone. And I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad. And I just think we kind of swung culturally to that part of the kind of
Mm-hmm.
the spectrum where it's all like, okay, masculinity is toxic. We have to like get rid of it completely. It's like, no, like it's both of these things are good, right? It's like you want like feminine energy, you want masculine energy. Like I think that's like you're gonna have parts of society that have more of one or the other. I think that's all good, um, but I do think the corporate culture sort of had swung towards being this somewhat more neutered thing.
Neutered, dickless, ballless. You took my balls, Sheryl Sandberg. Thank you for your work. Okay, can I just say, as a feminist and as kind of a radical feminist, as an anti capitalist feminist, there is part of me that thinks about Sheryl Sandberg and just goes, look at it. You tried to lean in. You tried to lean in into this beautiful corporation that you thought would love you back, but ultimately does not. Sheryl Sandberg's entire thesis for Lean In was basically telling women that it was their fault, that it was their fault that they weren't getting promoted. It was their fault that they were not getting paid equally in the workplace, that all they had to do was to lean in, and then they would be, everything would be fine, and they would be able to lean in over the, over the sexism and the patriarchy and the not paid, equal pay, and everything would be fucking fine. It was mostly all in their heads. They just need to lean in and make sure when you do lean in, you've got massive cleavage. Okay. But that was her entire thing. And Sheryl Sandberg, the like CFO for Facebook for so long. And it's just like, again, these corporations are masculine. They are patriarchal. I don't even want to call it masculine. It's such bullshit to be like a masculine, feminine, whatever. Everyone is masculine, everyone is feminine. Listen to me. How often do I say dude and fuck and hella? Masculine energy, no doubt. But like also Northern California energy. But like it is a patriarchal space. It is a patriarchal space, and all of the necessary programs, I think, to make it a less patriarchal space also show that it is a more productive space. I can't remember the studies, but there have been so many studies that when there are more women and there are more people of color, when it's more diverse, it enriches a workforce. Actually, women tend to get more things done. That was definitely true in politics, right? So again, this incoming 119th Congress is one of the houses with the least amount of Republican women in it, which is wild, and none of them have any positions on any. They're not heading up any committees, and it's like Republicans are like, oh, like the women are like, well, that's cause. Like they have no answer, right? It's because their party fucking hates you, dude. It's because your party is about patriarchy. Same thing with corporations, right? But anyway, what I was gonna say is like the corporations, the I did this story like in 20 fucking 17 or 18, that governments that have more equal representation between men and women actually get more done. That women are often more quick to work with other people. They compromise. They are more efficient in that, and they get shit done. And I mean, I can definitely vouch for that in my corporate culture experience. Um, Also, women won't restate the thing you just said and pretend it was their idea. That's a pure dude thing to do. So I just, it's a little bit of a ha ha Sheryl Sandberg moment. But just um, before we leave this, apparently, a lot of these a lot of the impacts are being faced by like like people who work in Silicon Valley. Um, so I just want to
I
share this
mean,
little
we've been
piece of
heading
the
for
a Salon
oligarchy
article
for
that talked about like
a
the war
long,
on woke
long,
in tech
long time.
industry is actually
And now
impacting the workers specifically.
the oligarchy
They cite
is
X,
using
where Musk having
everything.
stereotyped middle class workers as elites,
Woke
not
has
deserving of
been
respect,
around
felt
for
justified in stripping them of
a
their basic
long
worker
time.
rights. He demanded they work long overtime
We need
hours
to
without
just get
pay or
over this
sleep,
crap.
insisted they work 84 hours a week. While he sits around and tweets, he disregarded their
Yep.
expertise, abused them verbally, made them the situation so intolerable that many were forced to leave. He made them betray their basic values by catering to neo-Nazis and other scum that he let loose on Twitter. Um, because the desk workers of Silicon Valley are middle class, they
And I
don't
fell.
rate much sympathy in the current political discourse, which is far more focused on the partisan tug of war of working class voters. But it's playing in the hands of oligarchs to reject the needs of middle class workers. The real battle between working people, whether college educated or not, and the hyper wealthy who want to suck up all the money for themselves, and leave the people who actually do the labor behind. People like Musk and Zuckerberg save their rhetorical fire for the middle class desk workers who staff their companies, but the efforts to redistribute money upwards will hurt everyone, the working class most of all. This was demonstrated. Oh, okay, we're talking about a hearing. So apparently, there's been a crackdown on free speech within Meta since the announcement. The company deleted messages on its internal communication system that criticized the newly appointed board member Dana White, a Trump-loving professional fighter who was taped hitting his wife. Wait, oh Jesus. The company locked down access to policies and training materials to prevent workers from sharing them with the press. There have also been obnoxious moves that read as evidence slights to employees, such as removing tampons from men's rooms, which serves no other purpose than to signal to trans people they aren't equal at Meta. Zuckerberg also announced he's moving the company's moderation teams from California to Texas, where he argues, quote, there's less concern about the bias of our teams. This means forcing people to leave a state that's friendly to human rights to move to one that bans abortion and restricts queer inclusive healthcare. Even those who don't move, the message is loud and clear. Zuckerberg is signaling his contempt for their professionalism and intelligence. Oh, the big boy removed a tampon. Oh, the big boy's such a big boy. Big boy, big masculine man boy. He removed tampon. Again, like, what do you... These are not fucking culture war issues. They're just a straight class war issue. But before we leave corporate culture, I mean, this has gotta be the article of the week. As we all brace for the return of the Trump once again. All right, I'm sorry. And no one should ever sully that song with Donald Trump's name. This article really took the cake, even as we await far worse things, and maybe we have time to get into some of the confirmation hearings. Before we leave, Zuckerberg, Charlie Dingemir said Zuck was neutered long before girls got to him. Lol. That dude neutered from birth, you know?
Yeah, I don't think his wife.
Also, thank you, Socialism or Barbarism, for giving out 5 communities gift subs over on Twitch. Nothing could be more apt than your handle name. Omega Shenron Dragon, subscribe for 15 months. Happy 15 months. On the day of my sub to the other channel runs out, but I want to I want to stand firmly here because Fran trashes these rat. What's going on, people? This is why you should become a member of the Bitchuation Room podcast here on YouTube. You get watch folks. Also, because Fran has the best hugs when she comes to Brooklyn.
Oh.
Did I give you a hug? That will cost you. Ravenlight 303, thank you for resubscribing with Prime, and also Ice Queen Kiki over on Twitch. Thank y'all. Corporate America embraces a new era of conservatism under Trump. Is it new?
No.
Is it new? To curry favor, okay, but companies are reshaping how they interact with society, and tech billionaires, financiers, and heads of well-known consumer groups are leading the way. It's a mirror image of the surge in support for social justice causes after a police officer killed George Floyd in 2020. That's actually a pretty good analysis, Financial Times. I think that we are definitely living in the backlash era to the George Floyd uprisings. That we all must be paid, we must all be made to suffer, especially Black Americans, anyone in the crosshairs of a discriminatory policing system. We are all made to suffer for the audacity of having taken the streets to say you should not murder unarmed civilians. We are being punished for that because apparently all the police were defunded. And you know what? Everyone became trans because of it. So that's why we're being made to suffer. Oh, and also a police precinct was set on fire in Minneapolis. Oops, that was done by a right-wing guy from the Boogaloo group, from the group that wants to deliberately create acts of insurrection and violence in order to trip off the race war.
No.
But we don't talk about that. That's fine. We don't have to talk about that. Nobody has to actually find out who set fire to the precinct. Even though apparently there were fires everywhere, probably started by homeless people smoking crack.
Nobody wants. No, it's not crack. It's meth. Get it right, Franny.
Obviously,
As
last week
Cenk
Amazon
kept
released
calling
its behind-the-scenes documentary about
Franny.
Melania Trump, produced by the incoming First Lady herself. Oh, not in any money way. Trump's return has also spurred a wider shift to more conservative social and political stances and a celebration of capitalism. Celebrate. Dude, you know what? In a celebration of capitalism, let's burn down some forests. Fuck yeah. Let's flood a city. Woo! Mother Nature is celebrating capitalism every goddamn day. She just has a fun way of expressing it. Companies are doing away with diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, cutting support for racial diversity charities, and dropping out of climate action groups. Cool.
Yeah.
They're also clearing anything
America.
that could be seen as, quote, woke from public statements, corporate documents, and advertising. And let me just
We're
say,
cooked.
since we're talking about the George Floyd movement, these corporations are as fucking
We're
hollow
cooked.
as Nancy Pelosi kneeling in a kente cloth. And what happens is, because corporations
Oh,
are
God. Why can't
ubiquitous,
Pelosi
because we've
be
got
here?
streaming platforms,
Anyone
and
anyone
because
down
they
for
are
Pelosi
so
disappearing?
eager to use empty and hollow racial justice to paper over the fact that they underpay people, the fact that they don't
What?
even hire black people
They
or
don't.
people of color,
No,
the
you
fact that
can't
they
say
are
that they
exploiting their
don't.
workers
No.
or preventing them from unionizing.
That's
It
a
is all
lie.
show, okay? It is all show for them. And the BLM movement was easily co-optable, and so they did it. Now we're still waiting for them to co-opt the Palestine Solidarity Movement. I mean,
It's so very
I've been waiting for that,
true.
you know,
I love it.
Palestinian Voices splash page from Amazon for a while now. I've been waiting for, you know, Chuck Schumer to come out in a keffiyeh. But, you know, I don't think we're going to see that. But let us separate the corporate shillery from the actual demand of real police reform and moving money out of city budgets into things that actually protect people and not over police them.
You mean we could actually like
But that's okay. See, because you know what?
properly
It was all for
fund
show. And now that,
other
like, you know, now that the
mechanisms?
alpha males and the white alpha males have won, now they're getting rid of them. Now they're getting rid of the diversity and equity inclusion programs because they don't want to be seen as woke. To some on Wall Street, ooh, bastion of liberal thought, bastion of thought more broadly, the shift is a breath of fresh air. Bankers and financiers say that Trump's victory has empowered those who felt they had to self-censor or change their language to avoid offending younger colleagues, women, minorities, or disabled people.
Oh
Quote,
no!
I feel liberated, said a
Now
top
we can
banker.
talk
This is
all
my favorite.
sorts
I
of
love how
shit.
this person does not have a name. It is anonymous, but it's a top banker. The Monopoly man feels liberated. We can say retard and pussy without the fear of getting canceled. It's a new dawn. Then we pass go and we collect $200 and $200 from you.
$200 million. Get it right.
Hope you land on free parking, pussy. I mean, this is, guys, do you understand? This is the id of the MAGA movement. Now we can say
Obviously.
these words without getting canceled. This is the height. You know, whatever you're facing in your life, you can't make ends meet, you lost a job, you you know, need some sort of medical procedure you don't know how you're going to pay for, you know, a family member is sick, you know, you're facing some economic hardship, your boss won't let you unionize, you know, you're in the path of a wildfire, whatever you're going through. Think of the top bankers who can't say the R word, who can't say pussy. Have you actually thought about them as you're working for minimum wage? Because I feel like you are not the real oppressed person here. Yeah.
How?
They had to hide their bigoted true selves in the closet. Can't think of anyone who's had that problem before. Yeah. Imagine hiding in the closet. Imagine not being able to be who you are and live your truth and love who you want to love. Imagine being discriminated against for saying words like birthing person.
Oh no,
Anna. It's, you know what? Like, some people should all, like, the 13-year-old to Wall Street pipeline, Like, what is it? You know what I'm saying? It's like you are like an angsty little angry 13-year-old, and then you go straight to Wall Street, straight into finance, right into finance.
Well, that's 'cause
They
it's the old
really
boys
want
club.
you. And I say that as someone that's been hit on
Why
by a
wouldn't-
number of Wall Street bankers. That's not to brag. If you are literally in Midtown or if you are in lower Manhattan between certain hours, you too will be hit on by a Wall Street banker. Pigeon.
I'm sure.
Okay, I just have to do a smattering of hearings because there's been a lot, guys. Next week is going to be next week is going to be awful. Next week is going to suck so hard. Next week, I don't know what. We need to just, it's like we need to get your favorite movie and your favorite snack. We need to, go on a walk, do some yoga. I'm just talking to myself. We need to tuck in because next week is gonna suck. The confirmation hearings are underway. And it's just a smattering of Peakton High School assholes who have zero
They didn't even peak
qualifications
in high school.
and somehow want these top jobs in order to hollow them out or to go to World War III. Unclear which one. Now, there's a lot of moments throughout the hearings. I do want to focus on Pam Bondi,
Get rid of them.
Kirsty
Get rid of
Noem,
them. Get rid of them.
Christy, whatever. Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth, because they're the most fun. There's also a Rubio. That's a fun one.
Solid joke.
All we can hope for is their idiocy preventing them from doing the worst things. But these are the worst people, and they will be confirmed. I think Pam Bondi is probably the most corrupt when it comes to how much of a Trump bootlicker she is, failing to actually prosecute Trump University and their crimes of
Blah, blah,
stealing,
blah.
hundreds of thousands of dollars from people, millions of dollars from people in Florida. That was done years ago. So Pam Bondi maybe has like the biggest conflict of interest, if you will. I think we need to remember, even though these are appointees, like these people are supposed to represent us. Like they are not supposed to be like Donald Trump's, chess pieces. That's not what they're supposed to do. They are supposed to represent the people. They are supposed to uphold the Constitution. If you still believe in that old thing, I mean, it's kind of woke at this point. And look, Pete Hegseth is not qualified for a million reasons. He is has no experience with the serious experience in the military. He wants to get rid of women and people of color. He thinks the military is too woke.
He is
what's interesting about this moment as trans rights, but also women's rights are being trampled. The military is being called, if you've been paying attention to the narrative, being called woke in the last year because they are still providing health care. They are still making sure that service members have gender affirming care, can get an abortion if they need it. That's why they're being called woke right now. To say nothing of the fact that they, Lloyd Austin's black.
Okay.
Fuck Lloyd Austin too, but you know what I'm saying. But I did appreciate going back to the meat and potatoes of why Pete Hegseth is a piece of shit. Like, just, it's nice to be like, you know what? You bankrupted 2 veterans organizations that had like less than, a $10 million operating budget. You want to operate the biggest budget on planet Earth. Probably not a good fit. You're continually drunk on the job. You've screamed death to Muslims while being drunk. Not a good fit. But this one was just about character. And I enjoy seeing Democrats still be able to talk about, like, family values and people cheating on their wives as kind of a testament to who that person, like the character of that person. Again, it's not anyone's business, but it does speak to their character.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm
Just a little.
looking forward to this
Just-
opportunity.
just-
Bueno, esto también
just a
es Tim
tiny.
Kaine, quien habla español, okay? So hay que escuchar.
Talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully
you-
investigated, and completely cleared.
Again, this is when he assaulted the woman who was tasked with making sure he didn't assault women. She was his chaperone, appointed
He
to
needed a
his drunk
chaperone.
ass to get him safely to his hotel room. She was also staying in that
God, what is
hotel
wrong
with
with these
her
fuckers?
husband and their child. She says she gets to his hotel room and passes out and has no memory of what happened. She wakes up and calls her husband. Her husband's been frantically searching for her. And she says, I think I've been raped. Now, there was a police report filed. She had bruises on her thighs. There was a non-disclosure agreement and a settlement for an undisclosed amount of money, and it was dropped. He says this was a consensual encounter. So that's what they're talking about. He was married and it was about to be a baby daddy for a woman he was cheating on his wife with.
So you think you are completely cleared because you committed no crime. That's your definition of cleared. You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared? How is
Senator,
that a complete clear?
Senator, her
Ooh.
child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she
I'm
was,
glad
and,
she-
God. Oh, what a slimy predator pastor thing to say. She is a child of God. She's also a child of rape. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like she's not. I'm not alleging that, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is on some Woody Allen shit. You know, like Woody, Mr. Allen, you married your adopted daughter. Isn't that she is a child of God? Like this is like. Her name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God. Yeah, that's why, when the angel came unto me, I decided I must come unto other things.
and
She's here.
you cheated on
it's
the
obvious
mother
he
of
was
that
coming
child less
in
than 2
other
months after that daughter was born,
That's
didn't you?
the problem.
Those were false charges.
Well,
It
no,
was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I am
You-
so
you've-
grateful
that is
for the
not what
marriage
he
I
asked.
have to this
No,
amazing woman behind me.
you've admitted that you had sex at that hotel in October 2017. You said it was consensual, isn't that correct?
Anything,
You've admitted that it was consensual, and you were still married, and you just had a child by another woman. How do you explain your
completely
judgment?
false charges against me.
How do you explain your judgment? I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, these are false charges. What are? Did you have sex or not? You said it was consensual. He's just bringing up your words. I mean, I wish Tim Kaine had like the article. I wish he could quote it and cite it. These are allegations. I mean,
You no,
Fully
wait.
investigated, and I was
You-
completely clear.
You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now,
Man.
if it had been a sexual assault, that
Man,
would be
look,
disqualifying to be Secretary of
Can't
Defense,
be
wouldn't it?
cheating on your wife.
It was a false claim
Hooked
then
up
and a
with
false claim now.
If it
other
had been,
people while
wait.
just
If it
messing.
had been a sexual assault, is that disqualifying to be defense secretary? Yes or no? Well, if it's a false claim, like, whoa. If it's real, it's disqualifying. He knows he can't say that. He knows what it was. Be a fucking man. You're supposed to be some emblem of masculinity. Be a man. Say yes. Say that would be disqualifying. That's not honorable. Now, again, we've talked about the problem, the epidemic of sexual assault in the military. Epidemic. So if you think about it, it's kind of on brand. Can you imagine being in the military with this fucking guy? Like, I mean, and again, I don't have a lot of people who are in the military, and certainly I don't know a lot of women in the military in my personal life, but like, this is like, there, something's gonna give. You know what I'm saying? I mean, every few months you hear,
Somebody send me a kitten.
not to the degree, but a story like Vanessa Guillen, murdered by a superior
kitten.
after she
kitten.
was stalked
Kitten
and
would be
by him
grand.
for months. She tried to talk to her other superior about it, and she was killed. So, like, imagine if you're a woman in the military and this is your fucking defense secretary, this is your boss. Like, the culture of sexual assault is only going to get worse. I mean, I can't imagine the disgust that service members must feel when they see this, you know, unqualified douchebag this close to power.
Been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
That was a false claim.
Ooh.
So
Hypothetical.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I know in my instance, and I'm talking about my instance only, it was a false claim.
But you acknowledge
And
you
it was
cheat, but
fully
you
investigated.
acknowledge that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You have admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves.
You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be
God,
faithful
so
to your wife.
stupid.
You've taken an oath to
So
do that, haven't you?
insane.
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee,
Aren't these
I'm not a perfect
like?
person, not claiming
I
to
don't
be.
No,
care
I just asked a simple question.
if
You've taken an oath like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of
God
your weddings to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
forgave you for every single thing
I
that
love
you have
this
ever
line of
done.
questioning. I know it's super
Your
personal.
thoughts are
him
that
being
you
like,
can
did you take
constantly
an
be
oath
forgiven over
to
and
your
over
wife
again
at the
for your
time to be
sins as a
faithful?
Christian.
Like,
Trust
he's
me.
so unprepared for this. He is so unprepared for
Failed
this.
in things in my life, and thankfully I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior Jesus.
I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I swear to God. Like, you know, I hope that when the fictitious arsonist is found and caught in Los Angeles, like imagine just being like, I have failed, but I am redeemed by my faith in, like, even Trump doesn't say this. I'm redeemed by my faith in Lord Jesus Christ. Like, okay,
Who cares?
cool. Are you
That's
redeemed
not
in the eyes of the
about
general
being
public?
defense
Are
secretary.
you redeemed in the eyes of the law? I'm sorry, is it God's law that allows you to get away with sexual assault? Is that what you're trying to say? Your God sounds like a douche.
Well,
I'm redeemed in the eyes
maybe.
of nobody cares. Shut up. Nobody cares.
In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure agreements in connection with those divorces?
Yes, as there always are. Who hasn't signed a non-disclosure agreement with their exes? I'm a divorced woman. I've got a non-disclosure agreement with my ex-husband, obviously. That's just, you have to hire a lawyer to go through the paperwork, and then you do the non-disclosure agreement. Right? Everybody? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, totally.
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality agreement?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence against any of your wives?
Senator, absolutely not.
But you would agree with me that if someone had committed physical violence against a spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree.
Okay.
And
All
what
right,
gets me
Jock.
is that
That's not the question.
you broke your
But like,
oath to your wife.
you don't worry. You still look cute, not understanding it.
That would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
Yeah, that's the whole fucking. He is talking about a hypothetical. Is it okay or not? If you be convicted of domestic abuse, is that disqualifying? Yes or no?
I don't think it's a hypothetical. Violence against spouses occurs every day. And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact for being secretary of the most powerful nation in the world, you're demonstrating an astonishing lack of judgment. The incident in Monterey led to a criminal charge, a criminal investigation, a private settlement, and a cash payment to the woman who filed the complaint. And there was also a non-disclosure agreement, correct?
It was a confidential settlement agreement off of a nuisance lawsuit.
Right. During an interview, you claimed that you settled the matter.
He like really took pains to memorize that. That was a confidential nuisance lawsuit. Nailed it.
Because you were worried that if it became public, it might hurt your career. Do you maintain that you were blackmailed?
Senator, I maintain that false claims were made against me. And ultimately,
your attorney
those
used
false
the
claims,
phrase.
I have the opportunity to attest my innocence in those false claims.
But you didn't reveal any of this to President Trump or the transition team as they were considering you to be nominated for Secretary of Defense. You didn't reveal the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement. You didn't reveal the cash payment. Why didn't you inform the commander-in-chief and the transition team of this very relevant event?
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and honest with me. We've had great conversations between the two of us. And I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump has given me.
You chose not to reveal this, right? Because you knew it would hurt your chances. So you chose not to reveal this really important thing to the commander-in-chief and the transition team because you were worried about your chances rather than trying to be candid with the future president of the United States.
It's not like he would have cared. You could have admitted to it. And he'd be like, yeah, who hasn't?
I mean, really,
But
he
no,
could've just
again,
said
the
it.
Republican MO is never admit to it. I never saw before in my life.
Always
I'm just going to
attack.
now pay $900 million out to her after having lost 2 lawsuits against her, and just continue defaming her, even though I keep on losing money. But what's fun about Pete is that if he does ever start defaming, he has the biggest budget on earth to do all the payouts. So, Senator, I would not worry, okay? Because that hush money will only get bigger. So I will have access to, the funds. And so that will be, hard-earned taxpayer dollars. And that will be directed to paying out all of the people who are going to come forward and attempt to blackmail me. The most blackmailable cabinet
exactly.
in
We've
American
never had
history,
anyone
at least that we know of, right?
ever.
All right, Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is the most snivel. I mean, I think
Little baby whiner
he's so nasal because of all. I mean, brown nosers are very nasal, right? They just got a
got a bunch of poop
backlog.
up
It's a
in there, yeah.
Bolsonaro level of shit up your nose, and so he's just I don't know what it is about these silver
Hi, I'm
spoon,
Marco Rubio.
Floridians, but him and DeSantis, they're just such little they're like Florida pissy bitches, and all they want to do is go to war with Venezuela and Iran and just let them do it.
It used to be that
It's Chris Murphy.
somebody with these big financial business interests would come into government and take actions like setting up a blind trust or divestment in order to make sure there was no connection between their personal financial interests and the business they were conducting in government. But President Trump has just done the opposite, right? Over the last 8 years.
Why would
he
you
was
want
in
to
office,
divest
and
from
since he's been
your
out of office,
business interest?
he and his family have become
Doesn't make
more
sense.
deeply dependent on revenue from governments in the Middle East. During his last presidency, Middle East interests sent about $10 million to Trump properties.
So this is Chris Murphy being like, a little bit of a conflict of interest given how much, how are you going to position yourself vis-a-vis all of the foreign governments that want to buy a piece of Donald Trump and the American people, and want to build AI data centers in Arizona, as the Emirati billionaire wants to. Like, how much does this impact your ability to do diplomacy, to be Secretary
We
of
have
State,
got to take back
when
our
the
fucking
executive office is open for business?
After he left office, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who was his primary Middle East envoy, was handed $2 billion in investment by the Saudis, even though a Saudi investment board said the investment was a bad business decision. That investment actually comes up for renewal in 2026.
Okay, but like Burisma, am I right? Anyone Burisma? Remember Burisma? No, we don't. He was on the phone. Biden was on the phone.
Giving the Saudis massive leverage
Oh.
over the Trump family. And then to make
Don't worry. The Saudis already have leverage over us, okay? It's called oil. It's fine. They leverage it over Biden, and Biden's like, "Oh, I love you, sir. Very good." It's almost as if switching to renewable energy would also end not just our dependence on foreign oil. We're producing more oil than we've ever have in this country. It would reduce our dependence on despots and psychos and authoritarians and murderers. That'd be cool. And Saudi Arabia generally. Oh God, this answer is really annoying.
matters worse, right after the election, the Trump organization said that in this term, the president-elect's second term, it would drop its previous prohibition on doing new deals in the Middle East with private foreign companies aligned with foreign governments. So the Trump organization is going to be signing new business deals in the Middle East with private companies that have connections to foreign governments at the very moment that you are going to be conducting sensitive diplomacy in these countries. That's just extraordinary. Never before in the history of this country has a president been, literally receiving cash from foreign governments and from foreign companies that are backed by foreign governments in the middle of their term. If you or I had done this as senators, we would be in violent violation of Senate ethics rules.
I'll be right back.
That's not permitted on the Foreign Relations Committee. And so I guess my question to you is a pretty simple one. Do you see how this fundamentally compromises your diplomatic efforts? Do you have an issue, or will you raise an issue with the president?
No.
About his growing financial connection with the governments that you're going to be negotiating with?
Well, first of all, I am not neither authorized nor in any position to give you sort of any insights into any of these arrangements you've pointed out. You mentioned Jared Kushner as an example. He's a private citizen, happens to be a Floridian. I don't know what, if any, engagement he has in the work.
Ugh, whoa. He happens to be a Floridian. He's a proud private citizen and a Floridian. Like, yeah, man, so was fucking Hunter Biden during the whole Burisma bullshit made up scandal. Like again, I don't, it's so ridiculous. And I'm a proud Floridian. If he was Californian, I hope he dies in a fire, but he's a Floridian and I can't comment to any of that. But in other words, no, I would.
What's going on now? I can tell you what I know. Obviously, I'm not in the State Department yet, but I can tell you as an example, the president's envoy to that region, who was charged, Steve Witkoff, who was charged with being an envoy towards reaching an accommodation between the Israelis and the Saudis, has been working cooperatively and together with the Biden administration. And in fact, I dare to say that all involved deserve credit for the ceasefire that the chairman's just announced. But Steve Witkoff's been a critical component of it, and he has been involved in it from day one. I think the broader consideration about whether we want to see a Saudi-Israeli mutual recognition and relationship would be one of the most historic developments in the history of the region. For all the factors we've discussed here today. It would be, and one of the impediments to it has been this conflict and the ongoing conflict and the lack of a ceasefire. I also think it's going to be important for the Saudis and others to be participants in post-conflict stabilization efforts in Gaza and beyond. So all I can tell you is that what I've said from the very beginning, from the opening statement, and that is our foreign policy will be driven.
I'm going to cough in my
clear by whether some action makes America is in the interest of the United States and our national security.
This would it would hit so much harder if Chris Murphy also weren't part of the party and that just gave $8 billion to Israel, like it would hit a
I
lot
can't
harder
believe
to be
this
like, hey,
fucking
Donald Trump's
country.
personally enriching himself.
It sucks so
And
fucking
we
bad.
have to actually like, you know, exercise caution when dealing with governments in that in that region, and you know, on and on and on and on. It's like it would just hit a lot harder if like the Israeli lobby weren't just fucking littered throughout Washington with Democrats and Republicans alike. But the whole idea of Saudi, like, oh, Saudi Arabia and Israel, they really want to come to the table. They have been. They've been working covertly together to undermine Iran for a very long time. They undermine Iran and undermine the United States. Their goal is to get the United States into a war with Iran. That is the goal. But they cannot outwardly look like they're working together because, of course, Saudi is like the loathsome Muslims and whatnot, and they like supported terror groups and yada yada, even though not the one we're actually supportive of the terror groups that they've supported, so that's chill. But they're in lockstep. They're part of the whole Abraham Accords normalization with Israel. Normalization with Israel means absolutely diddly, and especially because the holdout is, the biggest issue is the Palestinian people. You cannot normalize with Israel when Palestinian people are still in limbo, when their lands are being encroached on, when there is no solution, be it two state, one state. The solution has simply been ethnic cleansing. But big, that'd be an amazing step. You know, that way we can work together and all, you know, focus on the real enemy, which is Iran, for no reason. Let's move on to Pam Bondi. I mean, he's going to get confirmed, right? All these people are going to get confirmed. I think Pam may be the one who's could be a little iffy here, but even still, I think it's going to happen for her. And it doesn't matter because like a recess, or not a recess appointment, but like an interim appointment would just be like a weirder fucking person. You could just have an interim. If any of these people don't make
That's
it,
how many. That was most
Trump
of the
could just have an
people in
interim
Trump's
appointee just be
cabinet
like
last time.
extended and extended and extended and extended. So you're gonna get one of these dunces however way you slice it. But this was the intro to Pam Bondi's Judiciary Committee hearing. Again, Pam Bondi for Attorney General, replacing Matt Gaetz, who I think would have been a lot more fun, just on a pure entertainment value level. Also would just like be like a hat trick of, you know, predators. Like I just feel like you needed the, you know, the one who sleeps with 17-year-olds and the pedophile. Like I just felt like that just completed the set. It's kind of like a collect them all type Pokemon situation. Right? If you're watching, remember to subscribe right now to this channel. If you're, you know, also, if you want to support this show, you know my favorite way to do that is by becoming a patron. Patreon.com/Situation Room gets you access to all of our bonus episodes, which run every Wednesday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. If you want to watch them back, we talked all about all the celebrities losing their minds over the wildfires. It was fun. What else? We did a bunch of stuff. So get access to that. Support the show, this little labor of love. Again, it's a small but mighty team. Here we are. Your support truly keeps the lights on. But let's get into this.
Client list is full of controversial clients, some of which stand to benefit directly from having their former lobbyist in charge of the DOJ. Over the last 5 years, she represented 30 clients, from large corporations and contractors to a foreign government. In addition, during her earlier time as Florida Attorney General, a recent New York Times review found several pieces of evidence that seemed to demonstrate her general tendency to assist corporate allies and corporate lobbyists' strong belief that Bondi was exceptionally accessible to lobbyists and amenable to the agendas of their corporate clients. Bondi had.
And while we're at it, let's talk about everyone else who's been amenable to their corporate clients in DC. Like, I love that this is kind of what they're getting her on, and it's like, yeah, but so is everybody else. But it's good. It's good. It's good.
The agendas of their corporate clients. Bondi had a large number of domestic clients, but today I'll highlight just two. Geo Group, the nation's largest private prisons company, and Amazon, an e-commerce giant. Bondi was registered to lobby the first Trump White House in 2019 for Geo Group. Both DOJ and DHS inspectors general have been critical of prison management of GEO Group, and they stand to profit substantially if the Trump administration's new immigration detention and deportation policies result in filling empty or underutilized beds in their facilities. As a real precedent for this concern, Public Citizen did research back in 2019, which showed GEO Group's contract dollars rose by over 40% in the first 2 years of the Trump
Damn.
term. Now to Amazon. They're, of course, a
But he's a right-wing populist or whatever.
very well-known tech company.
it's fine.
Bondi was registered to lobby for them in 2020. In recent years, they've been investigated by the DOJ over injury rates and workplace safety at their warehouses, been referred to the DOJ by a bipartisan group of lawmakers for potential criminal obstruction, and had their robo-taxi unit federally investigated over safety concerns. In addition, DOJ and the FTC recently reached a settlement with Amazon regarding children's privacy violations via Alexa.
Ugh.
And of course, Amazon also
Children's privacy violations
Flip,
via
flip,
Alexa? Gross.
receives
flip.
multi-billion-dollar
Flip your
contracts
booty.
from multiple federal
Flip your
agencies, ranging
booty.
from DoD to NASA. Beyond these examples of potential domestic entanglements, Bondi was registered as a foreign agent, lobbying on behalf of foreign governments and officials. To highlight just two, Bondi worked for both the Embassy of Qatar and a Kuwaiti investment firm.
Somebody's out there. that
Interesting.
don't care.
Worked for Qatar. I know what that's like. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't work for Qatar, but Al Jazeera is a partially government-funded outlet. This is a good
Sadly,
moment.
yes.
Look, if she's attorney general and she advocated, she lobbied on behalf of the private prison
I don't
group,
know
GEO
stuff
Group.
about stuff. What
It
did I
is
do?
interesting that she also has
away.
this to say about the 14th Amendment.
My
This is Senator
bad.
Alex Padilla asking Pam
Aha.
Bondi about whether she believes in rescinding birthright citizenship and whether she is familiar with the 14th Amendment. If birthright citizenship is rescinded, it is part of, again, this broad program to sweep up immigrants and people, children of immigrants, right? It's rescinding the birthright status, rescinding citizenship
Yes.
to, let's
We
be
don't
real,
care
brown
about
people.
birthright citizenship
14th
anymore in this
Amendment. Now,
country.
you've testified repeatedly to this committee that you will uphold the laws of this country and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Only
Do you
if
believe
it
birthright
benefits
citizenship is
Daddy
law of the land,
Trump.
and will you defend it regardless of a child born in the United States, regardless of their parents' immigration status?
Can someone tell me why every single right-wing psycho
I will
woman
study
is
birthright
blonde
citizenship. You just study
and
the Constitution. The birthright
Botox
citizenship is in the Constitution.
and
Can I answer the question?
just ridiculously
the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, that is not helping
clone-like.
confidence in your ability to do
It's
this
disturbing.
job.
I don't know if anybody else cares.
Immigration-related question. I'll steer clear. of
Blows
the
my mind.
Constitution and the law on the 14th
Okay, so
Amendment.
that's-
Now, you've testified repeatedly.
That's terrifying and important, but also, again, and not that
Yeah.
it really matters, but she's an election denier.
Nothing matters.
She's a consistent election denier. Obviously, here's Adam Schiff.
She's QAnon.
We hate him. We love him. He's the worst.
Also requires you, if you're going to be
Yeah.
a good attorney general, to be able to tell hard truths to the president. So my questions
Adam
now are,
Spliff.
can you tell hard truths to the president? So let me start with an easy truth that you could speak to the president. Can you tell him that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election? Can you say that? Do you have the independence to say that? Do you have the gravitas,
would
the
she?
stature, the intestinal
point.
fortitude to say, Donald Trump, you lost the 2020 election? Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I
No,
won't
I'm just
do
No,
it.
that is
I
not a
will play
gotcha.
politics
Speak truth
with any
to
ongoing
power. So let me ask
investigation,
you another.
like you did
let
leaking
me-
your
let me ask
colleague
you,
Devin Nunes's
if,
memo.
if you can't answer the question, let me ask you a different, what should be a simple truth, not a hard one. Was there massive fraud affecting the result of the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm glad you asked that question. If you'll let me answer what I saw in Pennsylvania.
No, I asked a simple question about massive fraud.
I can only tell you what I
massive-
saw
no,
in
no,
I don't
know
even
you wanna answer a
know
different
what
question,
she's
but my
alluding
question
to in
is,
Pennsylvania.
Can
I've
you
been
tell
trying
us
to
whether
figure
there was
that one out
massive fraud affecting the results of the 2020 election? Yes or no? Was
I
there or
can
was there
tell
not?
you what I saw when I went
That's
as an
not my,
advocate
that's
to
not
the
my question.
campaign.
So you can't answer that question. You can't speak that even easy truth to us, let alone to the president. It
Okay,
also
and there
requires
was multiple lines of questioning like that. Okay, first of all, big Vicky Vale energy. Anyone else feeling that? She is
Yes,
wearing
thank you.
a pinstripe outfit. This is very like Batman. She's got a
Vicky
pinstripe
Vale.
suit on. Like,
Vicky
no
Vale.
disrespect to Kim Basinger, because, you know, obviously the goddess, but like, doesn't this feel just like Vicky Vale, like, never found Batman, she found Donald Trump, and like she's just so, it's so 80s. It's just like so ridiculously 80s. Anyway, so yeah, that's Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi also said that she was not aware that Kash Patel of the CIA, which she would be overseeing, had any enemies list. You know, it's just a deep Rolodex. She's a total election denier. Of course she's an election denier. This is how an actual coup happens. This is how elections completely get thrown out the window.
Exactly.
Then there's Kristi Noem. Let's remember, dog killer Kristi Noem, who is being tapped for Homeland
I picked the
Security
wrong computer to
Secretary
try to
to carry out said
update this.
mass deportation scheme. Again, you
file.
got to get everyone involved. You got to pave the so-called legal way, revoke citizenship.
Oh well.
And then pass these fucking bills like the Laken Riley bill that just got passed. Maybe we'll talk about it on Tuesday, that Democrats voted for. We need to be on them, like something that rhymes with on them. Here's Kristi Noem.
What I would say is the cybersecurity and intelligence elements that we have within the Department of Homeland Security have been incredibly siloed. They have not communicated with other intelligence agencies like they should and partnered. INA has some interaction, but not enough. And we also need to have CISA have interaction with the FBI, CIA to make sure they're working together to stop these types of threats and identify when they're growing among our citizens and how they become radicalized.
This is about how people are being radicalized. So again, this is also about Kristi Noem overseeing Homeland Security. You can imagine, you know, they're working with the CIA. They're going to be working with like, they're going to be the ones who are going to be like, you protested for Palestine, you're wearing a keffiyeh, you know, we got to figure out how you've been radicalized. So okay, I'm trying to find a good. Oh, this is fun. Richard Blumenthal, let's bring it full circle. Richard Blumenthal asking about whether it's okay to withhold aid from California because of you don't like the state because woke or whatever, or DEI.
I assume you will agree with me that withholding disaster relief by President Trump or any other chief executive of the United States is a violation of his duty and of law.
Well, Senator, leadership has consequences. And looking at the tragedy that's happening in
I want to
California
ask you
is
yes or no, with all due respect. I assume you will agree with me.
The answer is no. Leadership has consequences. Elections have consequences. Sorry, your turn to burn. Guys, it's been a 2-hour fantastic Friday. If you're not a member or a patron, a patron, ¿qué estás haciendo? Patreon.com/Bitchuation or you can join as a member here on YouTube or over on twitch.tv/Franny
Anyone want to help teach
And
me?
thank you so much for everyone who has supported the show. Cooking Edibles Dragon for your super sticker. Again, smash that like button. We are going to be live on Monday, the day of reckoning, the day the bad one assumes office. Oh yes, Monday at noon, people. Apparently,
Yeah,
it's
I'll
going to
be
be
here.
cold in DC, so they're going to move indoors. But I say elections have consequences. let them be outside. I say let Bernie Sanders arrive just in one giant mitten. All mitten, nothing else. So we'll be streaming live then on Tuesday. We're also streaming on Monday, and on Tuesday, Emma Vigeland is going to be on the show, in addition to Bill Fletcher, author and leftist thinker. I'm very excited to have Bill back. Bill back better, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we're going to do a little bit of a postmortem on Joe Biden. How'd he do? How'd he do? Not just like where he gets his terminology, how'd he do, D, but how'd he do? We'll look back at that. Thank you guys so much in advance. You can always send this show a super sticker. You can always send a little bit of love. You can tip the show TBR-live on Cash App, TBR Live, or TBR-live on Venmo, TBR Live on Cash App. Until Monday. Oh boy. I will see you. Have an okay weekend. Be safe.
Bye, Franny.
Do something for yourself. You're great. Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's go to my playlist.
I have some unbelievable video to play for you. And I have to tell you, I'm pretty damn proud of what I'm about to play for you. Lone liberal Luke the Bee's Knees Beasley, who started going to Trump rallies for us now, I guess years ago, right? How long has it been? Luke Beasley appeared on the Timcast Earl, that's IRL, the Timcast Earl show, and he decimated 5 Megapotamians who brought the usual specious arguments out. This is real. You know, when I saw Luke in DC last week, he told me he was going to be doing this, and he seemed very well prepared. You know, one of the great things about going to the White House last week was not only did I get to see Luke and the Dollemores and others, I also met folks like Dean Withers, for example, who I think are just doing such a great job in these confrontational debates. And I said to Dean, and I said to Luke, I don't know if it's that I'm just too old for this crap, but I am too tired to go through the prep that's required to really seriously be prepared for these sorts of situations. They threw everything at Luke. And I'm going to play for you. It's like a media literacy clinic, really. I'm going to play for you some of what I think are the key moments. This was 2.5 hours long, if you can believe that. Anyway, let's not even weigh in on that. But let's dive into it. A couple of different clips here. And one of the things
this is insane.
Well, let me play it
hours.
first, and then I'll explain what's interesting about this.
Says from Antifa.
Again, tell me. I think you have a great explanation.
I certainly do. I'm wondering, as you've made an argument, if you know what you're talking about.
How does that connect to my argument?
Do you know the difference between various ideologies among the right and the left? You've not been able to define it.
I actually know. I would say I'm not a master in the distinguishments between different ideologies within a side.
Then how can you claim the right is more violent?
Oh, how can you claim the left is more violent?
Because I know many of these
your
different
feelings
factions
and your observations.
From my field reporting expertise and the reading of the research.
Well, then what research?
So if we distinguish, say, anarcho-libertarian, anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism, we can talk about tankies, we can talk about social liberals, we can talk about traditional liberals.
Now, what Tim Pool is doing here is totally logically fallacious. It's fallacious, I should say. Oh boy. What? It's the day after. Okay. One of the things Tim Pool is doing here is he is trying to argue that if Luke can't define terms that Tim has arbitrarily put forward, Luke can't possibly evaluate data that shows that there is far more right-wing political violence in the United States than left-wing political violence. Now, these are two unrelated things. The thing that Tim asked Luke to define was, what's the difference between left-wing collectivism and right-wing collectivism? Luke said, I don't know. I mean, I can't define that, but that's a separate issue from crime. And of course, there is a relatively simple answer to the difference between left and right-wing collectivism, which is that right-wing collectivism is often based in national identity, racial identity, etc., whereas left-wing collectivism is more often based along class lines. That's what I would have said, but it doesn't matter because we know that when you look at politically motivated violence in the United States, the vast majority of it is right-wing. I would even argue, because they they love to pull this game where they say any radical Islamist-based violence is left-wing. Even if you give them that, most of the political violence is still right-wing. But I think if you look at the teachings of radical Islam, how can you argue that that's left-wing? There's nothing left-wing there. You do have the occasional eco-terrorist, which I think could accurately be branded as left-wing. And we don't want to fall into like a no true Scotsman thing where by definition, anyone who commits violence can't be left-wing. No, that's not true. You've got some eco-terrorism occasionally in the United States that we could say that's left-wing. But certainly the white nationalist violence and all of that stuff is overtly right-wing. And I would argue when you are committing violence in the name of a radical literal interpretation of religious doctrine, which you believe should govern civil government, which is what a radical interpretation of Islam would say, that seems fundamentally right-wing and authoritarian and fascistic. So anyway, the game that Tim Pool likes to play is saying, define these terms. And then when the person can't,
I don't
you go,
know
oh, well, you couldn't possibly just look at the data about crime, when of course you could. These are two completely different things. All right, we move ahead just briefly in this discussion, and this sort of thing just continues.
Read a press release from University of Maryland. I'm asking you to define which groups.
I dug and I could not find any research, even that came from a right-wing institution, that gave over the cross of
which right-wing institution?
I'm saying I couldn't find one.
I agree. You can't find a right-wing institution that tracks.
Oh, there are right-wing institutions that do studies and stuff.
They don't track this.
Sure, maybe because they're studies. Do you see what's happening though? I think
you haven't done the research, and so you're saying
apparently you haven't even less than me. Sheesh.
I have 20 years of field reporting on the ground,
and every single time you come back to
give me substance, bro.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm saying I don't get caught up, especially like let me give you another example. Crime has been going down. I could go find instances of crimes taking place, right?
The FBI lied about that.
The FBI lied about that. That crime is not going down. They actually altered and omitted those statements. Not crime didn't go down.
It's not even an argument.
It actually went up.
You do know the FBI revised the crime data.
2022, not 2023 and 2024. Right. We're seeing a really good trend on that front.
Do you know why? In
2022, it was not a huge revision.
Do you know why homicide is down?
Tell me.
I'm asking you not.
Anyway, so he plays these games where he wants to set the terms. Answer this question, answer that question. And of course, this isn't really how we figure things out and get to reality. And I'll admit, this is a very tough situation to be in for Luke.
Or even a podcast.
And he handled it as well as... Also,
it's ridiculous.
He's around multiple of these people. And Luke is the newest to this of any of these folks and really holding his own. Let's go to another moment from this discussion where Tim Pool starts to get angry. He doesn't like how Luke is handling this, and Tim starts to get very angry.
Specifically cited his speech. My dude, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's fine. I get it. We try to be polite. We try to be nice. But there are so many young liberals who sit here and say, the corporate press told me that these people are bad, and the machine state government has decreed it by pen. So I don't care what crime they committed. I don't care what the jury said. I don't care who was on the jury. Enrique Tarrio, who was not there, should be in prison for 2 decades. Tell me this now. Why is Enrique Tarrio in prison?
Yeah, so they uncovered with him his plot to overthrow the government.
Enrique Tarrio's?
Yeah, and his organization.
What plot? Who's they? Give me some
prosecutors.
Give me some fucking data. Stop squinting at me and saying the prosecutors did a thing.
Luke's squinting because Tim's losing his mind. He's coming at this with this indignant, how dare you come in here and say things?
Screaming at me right
why
now?
Why won't you do dictionary and define every term I give you? Why won't you just tell me I'm right, Luke? This is so triggering to Tim.
No, you didn't read it. You didn't read the court papers. All you know is the fascist machine state told you he should be in prison, and you're saying yes to them. Tell me why.
No, I understand that laws on the books have been there for a long time that I agree with, that if it's proven that you had a plan and you wanted to act on it, and then days after,
the proof?
The proof is
say the proof
by prosecutors.
Say it.
Communications.
You know, the problem with everything that is being levied here is you could just as easily turn this around on Tim and say, okay, so it sounds like you're essentially saying you don't respect the way that the laws are written. You don't respect the conclusions of a jury within a trial.
And Tim doesn't
You're just
respect
saying
shit.
none of it really matters. And so we could turn that around and say, okay, so listen, the Kyle Rittenhouse's acquittal, I don't agree with the way that the self-defense law is written. I don't agree with the conclusions of the jury. I think the system was biased in his favor. This is sort of the conspiracy loophole or black hole I've talked about before, where evidence for and evidence against or absence of evidence, it all points to the same conclusion because you've predetermined it. And this is, of course, another one of those examples where despite the recorded audio tapes of Enrique Tarrio, the Proud Boy leader, despite prosecutors proving their case, despite everything that happened, Tim just doesn't agree with it. And so the thing that if I were to critique Luke here, I would say he should have more quickly recognized it doesn't matter what he says. It almost, in the 2.5 hours, it almost doesn't matter what Luke says.
Luke was saying,
because what this is really about,
he was all about,
it seems to
just
me,
getting
is that Tim really didn't like
Looking
that
like shit.
20-whatever-year-old Luke Beasley came in and faced down 5 of these people, and all they could do was blow up and yell at him. Let's look at a little bit more of this.
What communications? What did he say? What did he do?
Is this serious?
Are you going to tell me why you think Enrique Tarrio should be in prison for 20 years, or are you going to say the government decreed it?
I just explained to you.
So the government said so. Is that it?
It's usually law enforcement, which I guess is part of the government.
Government said so?
Yep.
So
Law
you can't
enforcement
say why.
that uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he
It's sort of like, how does law enforcement work, Tim?
crafted and sent to his organization,
saying what?
That detailed each institution of government that they were going to try to overthrow. Then just days later, his organization is at the Capitol.
Typing.
I don't think we can even pull up Enrique Tarrio.
I'm not quite.
All right, so then about a minute goes by, and then it's maybe like the absolute funniest moment where Luke is immediately proven right, and it makes Tim Pool's entire blow-up seem really stupid.
States that is true. Well, now we got a problem. Let's try this again. Let's try a secondary source. Let's see.
Sorry, let me back up because we actually missed it. Tim looks it up, and it's exactly what Luke said.
In the article. So here's a citation. Proud Boy and 3 other members of the far-right groups were convicted Thursday in a plot to attack the Capitol. A jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy after hearing dozens of witnesses. Jurors cleared a 5th defendant, Dominic Pizzola, and a citizen charge, and a significant milestone of the Justice Department, which is now secured a conspiracy, blah, blah, blah.
Uh-oh, it's exactly what Luke said.
They will never stop. Okay, that's interesting. Wikipedia asserts that they did this, but there's actually nothing in the news article that actually states that is true. Well, now we got a problem. Let's try this again. Let's try a secondary source. Let's see. There it is. They introduced evidence that Tarrio discussed with associates a plan to have a large crowd in Washington storm government buildings in a scheme they called 1776 Returns, in which the Winter Palace was used as an apparent code for the U.S. Capitol. In a message, he said, make no mistake, we did this, do what must be done, and he directed the Proud Boys to do it again. So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture...
So are you going to at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly?
I don't think you cited it fairly.
I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans to overthrow a government. That's kind of...
That's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow the government.
Now the terms are too loose, and it's all... Listen, this is really a masterclass from Luke put in a very difficult position. I'm not going to play this entire thing, but here's another moment where the topic of the deficit came up, and this is really good.
So
you're not hearing me.
The large spike was COVID. I actually don't know if Trump's debt was in any way more egregious than any of the past presidents. It looks rather linear.
Yeah, I just think if you, again, since this portrays it in a different visual, Axios, Trump, Biden debt, should pull it up. Trump does have, he added more to the debt than any president.
But again, this one says he ran up twice
COVID to be
the debt.
I don't know about
Right. That's COVID.
No, exclude. Look, non-COVID.
Oh, I see. You're right. Yeah, non-COVID relief. Trump is more than double Biden. I see Trump's position, and I don't.
Quickly get that off the screen.
Credit for this one is that you want to be under leveraged. His
that's
idea
the
is that you
obvious
want to
thing that
maintain
he was
growth
doing there.
above spending, and then it doesn't matter if you're.
But he failed to do that even before.
Like, it's obvious that, as soon as Tim Pool gets proven wrong, which he does all the time, that he's going to hop that off of his screen as quickly as possible. And if one of these stupid guys, because one dude cannot handle doing the live stream and the podcasting, it's sad. I do this by myself. A lot of people do this by themselves. But he just wants to hurry up and hide it as quickly as he possibly can so that, nobody can hold him accountable, or hopefully nobody clipped him quick enough. Oh, well.
COVID, I think we agree.
I don't know. The economy was doing fairly well, regardless.
But if you look at the
now he's changing that. This is a classic. Now he changes the topic. Now, Tim, from going from the debt and deficit issue, once that was proven wrong by Luke, Tim just goes, the economy kind of seemed to be doing fine, which is a different argument. That's a modern monetary theory argument, which is even despite deficit spending, if it's on the right stuff, the country and the economy could be doing fine, which I think is an important topic to engage with, but it's one they deny until Luke Beasley shoves it in their face. Really nice job by Luke here. And 2.5 hours, exhausting to deal with these people, but very nicely
I
done.
got to give.
All right, January 1, 2025, we are going to be doing a one-day membership discount special.
Okay, David.
It will be a discount the likes of which no one has ever even heard of before.
Let's see here.
If you'd like to take advantage of this one-day membership discount,
go with this.
Let's listen to Representative Mike Lawler. This is a guy from New York's 17th district. This is the guy who beat Mondaire Jones for the 17th. And that whole sort of like corridor there has been a mess for Democrats now. And
we have someone in the waiting room, just so you know. Okay. Yeah.
Do we have somebody?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay. So here is Mike Lawler on CNN talking to Caitlin Collins.
I will always do what I think is right, which is why, to me, the right answer here was to keep the government funded, and why I find it so jarring that every single Democrat except 2 voted to shut the government down, not because
But
they
so
didn't
did 30
agree,
House
not
Republicans,
because they didn't. Yeah,
including
Caitlin,
one sitting right here.
Caitlin,
Totally
different reasons. Totally different reasons.
But you still voted the
Yeah,
same
but Caitlin,
way.
here's
There's
what I
38
think
House
you're
Rep-
missing.
I know 38 House
Yeah, but
Republicans
Caitlin,
voted
here's
against
what you're
this.
missing.
You're counting on
Right, and
Democrats.
197 Democrats voted against
But the
it.
deal that they had
And the reality
negotiated
is,
was blown up
they
yesterday.
negotiated a deal that included a lot of pet projects that they wanted.
But isn't that your
The
problem with
fact
Speaker
is-
Mike Johnson, who negotiated
the
that
fact
deal
is-
with them?
No, look,
Yes,
when you
though?
have a
But
House
a Republican
Republican
House
majority, let
Speaker
me answer,
negotiated
please.
that deal,
When
right?
would you like me to answer, or you want to debate it? House Republican majority.
Debate it.
Senate Democrat majority. Democrat in the White House. Where has Joe Biden been in any of these discussions?
What
did
difference
Chuck
has it
Schumer
got?
do in any of these discussions? Nothing. So you want to just focus on House Republicans. We put a bill on the floor today to keep the government funded. Yes, some of my colleagues voted no. Some of my colleagues have never voted for a CR and never voted to increase the debt ceiling. That's their right. But the fact is, many Democrats have always voted to pass a CR and increase the debt ceiling. And the reason they didn't do that today is because they don't want to lose leverage in the new Congress.
Okay, now stop
It
it
is
for a second.
absolute-
All right, we don't need to hear anymore. The most fascinating part about this is that last line that he said. Democrats always are attempt to keep the government open, but today they didn't play along with our games
Why?
that we were
Why
playing.
wouldn't they do that?
And, this is the fundamental dilemma that Democrats have. When you shut down the government, it's not just like, oh, some random services don't happen and we'll pick it up in 2 weeks. You've got literally hundreds of thousands, if not a million federal workers who don't get paychecks.
Yep.
And they can't go to their landlord and go, hey, listen, will you cut me some slack? I work for the federal government. I need another week.
And
I need 2 weeks.
It
I
affects
need
air
3 weeks.
travel at this particular time where people are going to be traveling for the holidays. This happens every single time.
It screws up the lives of a ton of workers. And yet the sort of conventional wisdom is, well, Democrats are going to automatically vote for it anyways. Hey, with Trump's inauguration coming up, we're already seeing what the next 4 years will look like. His senior campaign official threatened Pennsylvania election workers with jail time for counting mail-in ballots with technical errors like missing dates. The real issue with that? Only one left-leaning outlet has covered this story, leaving Trump's base room to dominate the narrative. This isn't just about Pennsylvania. It's a preview of the tactics we're going to see for the next 4 years, so we can't afford not to pay attention. That's why I've been a longtime partner with Ground News. It's an independent app and website that shows us how important stories shaping our lives get covered or ignored across the political spectrum. Plus, it gives context on why they might be missing from our feeds in the first place. For those of you feeling politically burnt out, Ground News makes it easy to stay informed without feeling overwhelmed.
Sure.
Their daily briefings give you a quick, factual breakdowns of the day's biggest stories from every angle. They are also knocking down the price of their top-tier Vantage plan to under $5 a month for our listeners. Just go to ground.news/majority or scan my QR code to subscribe. It's their biggest discount of the year. And maybe even gift one to someone you know. By supporting Ground News, you're not just supporting my channel, you're ensuring independent voices don't disappear. Because what's happening in Pennsylvania is a warning. If we don't push back now, the next election is going to be even harder. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Oh, I love they still have the old picture of Sam on there.
Talk about sticker shock. Hello, everybody. David Schuster reporting. Donald Trump and his border czar are now revealing how much taxpayer money they need just to start migrant deportations. This is your warning to turn off the video or leave the room if you're prone to nauseousness, dizziness, or heart attacks. Are you ready? Here is Trump border czar Tom Homan with Fox Business host David Asman.
Give us a number of what you're going to need, what you're going to go to Congress to ask for.
I was asked that the other day, is $86 billion enough? $86 billion is a start.
$86 billion.
Is
That
a
is
start.
4 times the annual
Just a
budget
start.
of the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol.
Got it.
It is 6 times as much as the entire annual budget of the U.S. Coast Guard. It is 7 times as much as the entire annual budget of the Transportation Security Administration. You know, the TSA, those people try to block terror attacks on aircraft and at every U.S. commercial airport. $86 billion just to start deporting Latinos whose crime was entering the United States illegally.
We need at least that to do this operation. We got to buy beds. We got to have we got to do removal flights and ground transportation and medical care of the people we arrest. $86 billion is a start.
In other words, that's just to get the deportation program going. And just starting the deportations at $86 billion is 3 times the total amount of taxpayer dollars spent each year through Pell Grants and federal aid that helps low-income Americans attend college. The $86 billion to start deporting undocumented migrants is the same figure as the entire budget this past year for the U.S. State Department. The entire State Department budget, including the foreign aid program USAID. That means just starting to deport migrants is as much of a priority for the Trump team as all U.S. diplomatic efforts around the globe to promote and sustain democracy. Here's another comparison. In 2024, the total amount of aid the United States sent to Ukraine in their war against Russian invaders was $61 billion. So U.S. taxpayers are being asked for even more money to remove Latinos from the United States homeland than taxpayers are sending each year to Ukraine to try to remove Russian invading troops. Now, according to the Trump team, the deportations will save U.S. taxpayers money because America will no longer be paying for the migrants' transportation, medical care, and housing. Never mind that the roundups and deportations will require paying for transportation, medical care, and housing.
This operation will be expensive, but in the long run, it's going to save taxpayers money. But we need more resources. I pray that Congress, during the reconciliation period, gives us a budget to do this with.
The reaction from several members of Congress has been a mix of shock and horror. Democrats are pointing out that according to federal crime statistics, undocumented migrants in the United States commit fewer violent crimes than people born in the United States. In other words, migrant communities are safer
Not only
and more
that,
peaceful.
they also
deporting migrant workers can have a
They provide a lot more in taxes and take a lot less benefits. I know that you are all told that they don't, but that is wrong. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just simply saying that it is not right. It is misinformation. They pay into the tax system because, yes, they are illegally here and they have fake Social Security numbers. And you know what? They don't file their taxes, but there's still tax taken away from them out of their income. That's how the system works.
huge cost to the U.S. economy. Undocumented migrants account for nearly half of all the farm workers in California. Deporting even a fraction will interrupt supply chains and cause productivity to drop, sending produce prices for consumers skyrocketing. Congressional Republicans believe the Trump administration will only try to target violent migrants and thereby leave most migrant workers alone. Still, the initial cost of $86 billion will blow up Republican efforts to lower government spending. As it stands, the Trump team has two billionaires, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are trying to figure out how the U.S. government can spend less, not more. Their goal is $2 trillion less, not hundreds of billions of dollars in spending more. Oops. And forget about the financial cost of starting migrant deportations, which is 8 times the annual budget for the Environmental Protection Agency. Put those financial comparisons aside for a moment. The legal, ethical, and moral aspects of the migrant deportations keep getting worse. The Trump team says it will seek to deport children of undocumented immigrants, even if the kids were born in the United States and are U.S. citizens. Here's part of the report from CBS News.
Yay.
In the New Jersey city of Englewood, Mayor Michael J. Wilds, who's also an immigration attorney, says members of his community are on edge.
People are very concerned, even people who already achieved the Golden Grail, a green card or citizenship, are worried.
The operation would detain families and give undocumented parents the choice of leaving children born in the United States behind or being deported with them.
We're dealing here with American citizens who can't speak for themselves.
Is it constitutional?
I don't think so. The administration's going to say, we're not going to separate mom and dads. Mom and dad it's their privilege if they want to leave with their child. It's a cute way of saying we don't care.
The Trump team does not care about separating families or deporting people, including children who are already citizens.
That man was speaking
And again,
truth.
the price tag, just to start this, is 10 times the annual Immigration and Customs Enforcement budget. Now,
Where's
I
that
get
money
the argument
going
from
to,
some
huh?
conservatives that this will save money in the long run. That argument, for countless reasons, is nonsensical. Because in order to save money on education, housing, and healthcare in the long term, a lot of the 11 million undocumented migrants would have to be deported, not just a tiny fraction. And the more migrant workers that Donald Trump deports, the greater the hit to the U.S. economy. Saving some money, maybe on education and medical care, is going to be nothing compared to the overall cost to U.S. consumers who see product prices go through the roof as the economy tanks. Also, when conservatives keep arguing, as the Trump team has, that we should pay for things now to save money later, well, that actually contradicts Republican philosophies. The Biden administration tried paying more to increase the number of IRS agents so that more tax cheats could be caught, thereby bringing in more government revenue. The extra IRS agents literally bring in more money than they cost. But Republicans are cutting the number of IRS agents, thereby costing the government more in lost revenue. Also, let's just accept for the sake of argument the Trump team claimed that undocumented migrants are the biggest national security threat America faces. Just for a moment, let's just assume that's true, that migrant workers are the biggest security threat. In that case, shouldn't the deportation money come from the Department of Defense budget? The Pentagon gets $850 billion a year.
That makes sense.
Surely we can find $86 billion to cut from the Department of Defense.
I don't
Do
know,
we really
man.
need to develop and modernize the F-22 and other warplanes next year? That's $61 billion. Do we need to construct 9 new Navy Battle Force ships next year? That's $48 billion. How about modernizing our nuclear weapons program? That's $37 billion. I mean, if undocumented migrants are a bigger threat, perhaps the U.S. air, land, and sea military modernization should be put on hold. I mean, it's not like our nuclear weapons, modern warplanes, and Navy ships can help much with deportation. It's all about priorities. Clearly, though, Donald Trump wants to have it all. He wants everything. And so now the question becomes, will Republicans in Congress who claim to care about fiscal responsibility finally tell Donald Trump to make some choices? Or are Republicans going to explode the deficit and risk an economic crash? Because the price tag for starting deportations has finally been revealed, and the cost of Donald Trump's bigotry just at the start is going to be enormous.
All right, just breaking news. The Israeli government has approved the ceasefire. And apparently it will take effect on Sunday. So that means they're going to do their fair share of kill meeting, trying kill meeting. But what are you going to do?
By the way, Donald Trump recently took a break from targeting Latinos and instead targeted North America's largest mountain. And that stunt is beginning to backfire. The name of the mountain, Denali, pays homage to Native Alaskans, but Donald Trump wants to call it Mount McKinley for President William McKinley.
President McKinley was the president that was responsible for creating a vast sum of money in the United States that Teddy Roosevelt then spent. So let's say they were both excellent presidents, but McKinley did that. And that's one of the reasons that we're going to bring back the name of Mount McKinley, because I think he deserves it.
McKinley never set foot in Alaska, and Alaska's senators, 2 Republicans, are now trashing Donald Trump over his plan. Check out that video at the link below. It generated a lot of comments on YouTube. One of the most popular is from Vicky, who wrote, "Donnie disrespecting the history of the indigenous people of Alaska. Ask me if I'm surprised." Well said.
Why would you be?
I look forward to reading your comments about Donald Trump's deportation plan starting to backfire as the potential cost of his efforts causes sticker shock. I'm David Schuster. Thanks for joining us.
These individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it, or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room, such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states. Income inequality is out of control. Our tax policy has gone full oligarch.
You just heard from Scott Galloway. He is a professor of marketing at New York University's Stern School of Business, and he is worth more than $100 million. But yet, he was on mainstream media saying something that was absolutely spot on, which is surprising to me. Now, I want to use his comments as a bit of a jumping off point for a broader conversation about income and wealth inequality, because what he's touching on here is very important. Everything we are seeing right now, political instability, social unrest, increasing radicalization, and fascism, isn't happening for no reason. It's happening because we've reached the final stage of capitalism, and literally every aspect of human life has now become commodified. Americans and workers around the world really have been squeezed for every penny at the behest of the ruling class, and common distractions that once kept us all in line are no longer sufficient because things are just that bad. It's hard to distract us when daily life at this point in time makes a lot of us miserable. People don't have health care, and if they do, it's too expensive. They can't retire, they can't buy houses, they live paycheck to paycheck. People are desperate, and that desperation is growing. And the main avenue that regular working class people once had to address these grievances, which was through politics, has been hijacked by the wealthiest people in the country. A 2014 Princeton University study found that average citizens have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, whereas economic elites and wealthy interest groups are the only ones who see the policies that they want enacted into law. Take this 2024 Data for Progress survey, for example. As you can see, the majority of Americans support pretty progressive policies, an expansion of Social Security, as well as rent caps, a $17 an hour minimum wage, Medicare for all, free college, among other things. And a healthy republic would understand that things are bad and the population wants that, and they would respond by enacting those policies, delivering these things that will help people to their constituents. But if politicians were to do that, then their wealthy donors wouldn't be too happy, since those policies all would inhibit their ability to squeeze even more money out of us. Elites don't want to expand Social Security because they want to privatize it and profit off of it. Corporations don't want to increase minimum wage or wages at all. They want to lay off as many workers as possible and replace all of the remaining ones with robots as quickly as they can. Healthcare can't be free, otherwise an entire industry would go the way of the dodo. To put it simply, life can't be better for the rest of us because rich people want to make more money and profit off of our suffering. And even though it feels like the system is broken, it's not. It's working as intended. Our entire economic system centers on the maximization of profit, which means money making is incentivized above all else in virtually every single thing that we do. Even art isn't safe. You know, there's a reason why so many films these days are sequels and remakes, and why so many video games are quick cash grabs and asset flips filled with microtransactions. It's because the goal isn't to make an enjoyable experience. If you happen to enjoy it, that's just secondary to the goal of making a lot of money. Greed is a virtue in our society, and it's the main virtue that keeps all of us going, because if we're not greedy, we don't survive, because we're all captive to that exploitative machine, and we don't have the ability to opt out even if we wanted to. You know, in theory, I would like to think that I'm making these videos to inform and entertain people, but at the end of the day, if I don't upload at least 3 new videos per week, I can't feed myself. If I didn't have to worry about doing this as a job, I'd be pursuing passion projects and making entirely different forms of content if I wasn't beholden to YouTube's fickle algorithm. You know, we're all captive to the system in some way. I try to be a responsible consumer, and I'm sure that you do as well, but we can't not do business with exploitative companies. I mean, the phones that we all have are not made with products that were ethically sourced, to put it mildly. Our entire system prioritizes profits over people. I mean, we are literally destroying our planet to increase short-term profits for fossil fuel companies. Now, I say all this not to get you down and make you feel hopeless, but because I want us to have a realistic understanding of our barbaric system, which was designed to arrive at this inevitable conclusion, even if it seemed to be working pretty smoothly at first. Now, getting back to Scott Galloway and the conversation that he had with Joe Scarborough, they characterize our current situation as a rigged tax system specifically, and they talk about rich people shifting the tax burden onto the middle class. And that is certainly a part of the problem for sure, but my level of analysis is a little bit different. For example, this is how Joe Scarborough describes it.
This, and I say this as a small government conservative, this is a threat to American capitalism.
And that's where we disagree. It's not a threat to capitalism. It's just capitalism. Income and wealth inequality isn't just the product of our rigged tax system or some unintended consequence. It's the result of the system. And I say this because you can try to put in place as many safeguards and regulations as you want, but at the end of the day, if our economy is built solely on the goal of maximizing profits, all of those safeguards that act as a line between capitalism and so-called crony capitalism are one day going to be targeted by the oligarchs as well, for the fact that they view them as barriers to increasing profits even more. You know, elections were once about public participation and even governance. But now, since we've commodified that too and now allow unlimited sums of money in politics, elections are nothing more than money-making ventures for the ruling class. They're effectively investments, and Scott Galloway explains how this is the case in the following clip.
The greatest trade of 2024, it wasn't Bitcoin, it wasn't NVIDIA. It was Elon Musk investing $250 million directly in the Trump campaign. And then when Trump won, since the election, Elon Musk's worth has gone up $140 billion. So that's effectively, I believe, about a 56,000% return on investment. So we've gone full kleptocracy. We can never, in my opinion, wave our finger at Russia again when the president, the elected president, is taking public trust and public authority and weaponizing governments and doling out capital and market share and contracts and threatening to use regulatory action against the competitors who don't give money to his inaugural committee or don't kind of bend the knee. We are effectively in a kleptocracy. Russia is the role model. We are becoming more like Russia every day. That's where we are.
He's right. Think about it. Our billionaire president is the puppet of another billionaire who basically bought government and has near unlimited power. And it's bleak, but what he's saying here is important because he's not wrong. Maximizing profits is no longer just about researching and developing new technology or innovation. It is about buying politicians to give your company subsidies and tax cuts. It's why almost every single corporation factors lobbying and campaign contributions into their annual budgets, because buying politicians has become an essential part of profit maximization itself. It goes back to the Princeton study that I cited earlier. This is why regular Americans have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, because a working mom with 2 kids can't afford to hire a lobbyist to advocate for policies that she wants. She can't buy a politician or bribe them to bring down the cost of childcare. It is a zero-sum game that regular Americans can't even afford to play. So that's why it all feels rigged. But with that being said, I do want to get back to Scott Galloway's commentary here, because even though him and I come from different ideological perspectives, obviously, I think that he does a good job at explaining how things are starting to break down because our system is now incapable of building and sustaining a middle class. And that really is the key here. And it's important because, Americans, they will tolerate a certain level of income and wealth inequality so long as they're able to get by. I think that most people are cool with rich people having yachts and private jets so long as they're thriving themselves. But I mean, when the standard of living becomes so low that things are so bad and you can't even afford, one emergency, but yet you see elites getting richer than ever, that's when the system starts to lose legitimacy. That's when society starts to break down. And we've arrived at that point.
I think an economy in America exists to create a robust middle class. The most ascendant countries over the last 20 years have been China and India, and it's one basic litmus test. How many people are you bringing into the middle class? People like to fall back into this right-wing notion that it's naturally self-healing. It's not. It's an accident in history. Typically throughout history, you have a small number of people who weaponize government. They're very talented. They aggregate power. They weaponize government, and they aggregate more and more spoils. And then the good news is it's self-correcting. This level of income inequality is usually self-correcting. The bad news is the means of self-correction are typically war, famine, or revolution. And if you want to talk about tax policy, the myth in tax policy is that the rich don't pay their taxes. That's just not true. The fulcrum is the following. There's super earners and super owners. The folks around your table are probably considered super earners. You make exceptional livings, but it's all current income reported on a W-2. And if you live in New Jersey or New York, you're probably paying 48 to 52% tax rates.
Right.
But if you're a super owner, I make my living starting and selling businesses. My last business, which was sold for $160 million, I'm very transparent about money. This gestalt or zeitgeist that people should not talk about money is nothing but an attempt to keep poor people down, because rich people talk about money all the time. It's important to be financially literate. The first $10 million from my $160 million sale was tax-free. My effective tax rate over the last 10 years has been 17%. The average tax rate on the wealthiest 25 Americans is 6%. Corporate tax rates are at their lowest point since 1939. At the same time, taxes have gone up for the super owners. Now, the bottom 50% don't pay much federal income tax, but they pay a lot in usage and consumption taxes. But this misdirect talking about tax rates misses the point. It's the tax code, which has gone from 400 pages to 4,000. And that 3,600 pages, quite frankly, is there to screw the middle class and continue to transfer more money to the super wealthy. The fastest growing demographic group in America is not seniors. It's not Latins. It's billionaires. We had 500 billionaires 10 years ago. We now have 2,500. So if you want to cram more and more wealth into a smaller group of people, We're on our way. And the weird thing about America is that we support it because our superpower is our optimism. The Achilles heel is that 99%, the bottom 99% who are getting screwed, don't mind these policies because they believe at some point they're going to be in that 1%. But where are we? We're in a country.
Yeah, no matter what, as much as you want to imagine that you are going to make it big and you're going to be huge and rich, buddy, I have got some beautiful beachfront property to sell you in Miami. I swear it's going to be there forever. Be awesome. Trust me.
Country that's had unprecedented prosperity, but similar to the way William Gibson described the future, it has not been evenly distributed. When 40% of U.S. households are struggling with some sort of medical or dental debt, when a quarter or 20% of households with kids are food insecure, and yet we have one man, Jensen Huang, and I like Jensen, who is now worth more than Boeing. I mean, something is wrong here.
I agree. And everyone senses that something is wrong. And they're right to feel like things are wrong because it wasn't always this way. Things weren't always this bad. Our grandparents and parents were able to buy homes and go on vacation and retire. And the fact that this generation can't isn't because we've all become collectively lazy or less productive. Everybody knows that there's some variable, there's something that changed that has led to our collective desperation. So we all on some level acknowledge that there's a problem. The issue is that the elites who benefit from this unequal system have invested heavily in making sure that we never find out who the true culprits are. So what do? They buy media companies and they try to reinforce the system and convince us all that it's immigrants or affirmative action and DEI, and our standard of living has gone down, not because of them, but because of immigrants. They're the ones buying all the homes, and people of color are taking all the good jobs. But guess what? They're suffering too. And elites are pointing the finger at them so you don't question their complicity with your suffering. And it's not like American oligarchs are ignorant to this fact. They're not stupid. There's a reason why the richest man on earth, even though he is a dumbass specifically, tweets, power to the people. And LARP says this anti-elitist when he is the quintessential elite. And this is why, we're starting to see so many right-wingers call themselves populists. It's because rather than changing the system, they're co-opting your rage and they're misguiding you so you never question the system. They don't want to change the system, even though they say they do. They just want to placate you. And one quote from that clip about income inequality that really stood out to me is Scott's point about it historically being a self-correcting issue. And he's correct. But he warned that, the means of self-correction for income inequality, it's typically war, famine, or revolution. And if you go back to the point that he made in that first clip, that's what we're starting to see now, right? More protests, support for Luigi Mangione. It's not necessarily a revolution, but more and more people are targeting the wealthy in pseudo-revolutionary acts. And fun fact, America is 248 years old. Take a guess as to what the average lifespan of empires is. Take a guess. 250 years. So we've reached the point where people already want to burn the system down. But the good news for American oligarchs is that it doesn't have to come to that. They don't have to keep people this desperate to where they want to burn down the entire system. All that you have to do is ease the pressure a little bit, and this revolutionary fervor dies down. We're distracted again. And Scott makes that point in this video with regard to tax policy.
You effectively, once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where say above, pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between $30,000 a year for a household and $50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household. Low-income kids in low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making 10 million a year and 15 million a year offers you no happiness.
And he's not necessarily wrong, but what he doesn't understand is that he's different from other elites in the sense that elites have become so greedy that they won't even let us have crumbs anymore. They want that too. But this is another area where I think that him and I fundamentally disagree, because we shouldn't just go back to the way things were when our grandparents were thriving. We should want more, right? We should aim higher. The difference, obviously, between $30,000 a year and $50,000 a year is enormous, but that's still woefully inadequate in today's economy. Now, that's not necessarily what he's saying. He's just using that as an example, but still, we should always aim higher. If you did just a little bit better, you still couldn't buy a house. You couldn't really afford a hobby. You couldn't really afford to miss work if you got sick. You still wouldn't be able to retire. And we should all be able to not just get by. We should be able to do really well for ourselves. We should all be able to take vacations and pursue passion projects and, just lounge around once in a while and smoke weed. We've technologically advanced to the point where every waking moment of our lives doesn't have to be about survival. Like, we're beyond the hunter-gatherer days. We don't have to just focus on the daily grind. We can actually relax and enjoy life. We deserve to be able to thrive and not just survive. But so long as that American dream is kept from us, and we can't do that, things are going to continue to get worse, and people will continue to get increasingly desperate and make really dumbass decisions as a result of said desperation. And they'll elect insurrectionist rapists like Donald Trump, not to excuse them doing that, but just to explain why things are so bad, because people are looking for answers. And if a fascist demagogue is giving them answers, they're going to take that as gospel, because if things are bad and you don't know why they're bad, but you sense that they are bad and somebody is telling you they have an answer to all your problems, that's going to suffice, unfortunately. But I've got one more clip for you, and this one is completely unrelated. So at the beginning of the video, as you remember, Scott called Trump a rapist. Well, this is how Mika Brzezinski responded to him calling Trump a rapist.
I want to make a comment, though, just about a word that was used in this interview. Donald Trump was tried civilly and was found liable of sexual abuse, not rape. But the judge in the case likened his actions to rape, but the liability was officially called sexual abuse.
Well, thank you so much for that much-needed clarification so you don't get sued. Much appreciated. So that's all I've got for you all. We'll leave that there.
Chinese people are touched by the story of Luigi. It seems America's health system is becoming a tool for those giant companies to stripping American people down.
Well, it turns out that banning TikTok didn't stop the supposed Chinese influence that Congress was so worried about, because ahead of the looming TikTok ban, TikTokers decided to migrate over to RedNote, which is an actual Chinese social media app, and the result has been pretty interesting, to say the least. So Americans are learning that Chinese people who they were taught to hate are actually pretty cool. They're welcoming, they're funny and sassy and interesting and horny just like they are. And it led to a lot of interesting conversations and discoveries by both sides about the other's culture. And I've got to say, it is incredibly beautiful and wholesome to see American and Chinese people talk to each other for the very first time. Because at the end of the day, we are all human beings. We don't have to hate each other because of arbitrary borders that were created before any of us were even born. We're all the same and our destinies are linked. So it's important to have these conversations. It's important for propagandized Americans to learn that they actually have more in common with people around the world than they probably thought. Having said that, there is unfortunately a real downside to Americans effectively hijacking a Chinese social media app, and I think it's important to discuss the implications of that as well, which we will do in this video. But I do want to first talk about a discovery that Chinese people recently made about Americans, and it's about our healthcare system, as you could have guessed. Now, one Chinese user on RedNote in particular, named Jian, was especially stunned after comparing medical bills with Americans.
Some of you share your medical bill, and the cost of ambulance shocked me, man. Look at this, $9,000 for an ambulance and the insulin. That's like 3 months of income for an average American. And this, $900, just for an appointment and painkillers. In China, it only costs about $10. And this, in China, we never worry about the ambulance charges. Today, I will show you how much the ambulance costs in Shanghai, which is the most expensive city in China. Let's look at this table I made by using the official data. You guys can take a screenshot for later review. This is why some Chinese followers commented yesterday. It only costs around $50 in China for ambulance services. You know, those politicians should have taken care of your people first. At the end, salute to Luigi. In China, the government bears large shares of the medical expenses for us, and we only need to pay around like $100 per month. But you guys are paying like a giant part of your monthly income. Thinking like, what? I can't even imagine how anxious you guys are when you get sick. And that's not right. You should have to feel safe and secure when you are the most vulnerable. And that's the basic human needs and the basic responsibility for those healthcare insurance companies to bear. As human beings, I really feel for you guys.
Now, Jian in particular wasn't the only one interested in American healthcare. In fact, there were plenty of examples of Chinese users asking Americans if it's really as bad as they were told. As this TikToker says, someone in the comments of Red Note asked me if we really had to pay for an ambulance in America or if that was just their government's propaganda. And that comment is so hilarious and telling to me because that person was so shocked by that fact that they literally questioned whether or not it was a lie by their government to make Americans look bad. But it's not Chinese propaganda, my friend. It's 100% true. Now, you heard Jian drop some references to Luigi Mangione at the beginning of this video, but I can assure you, he is not an outlier because as Newsweek reports, Luigi Mangione is a hit on Red Note, and they add, entering the first name, Luigi on the app reveals hundreds of posts of fan edits, cosplay, viral tributes, and even makeup tutorials dedicated to the alleged killer, who some view as a vigilante folk hero. Mangione has entered a not guilty plea to all charges. Now, to demonstrate their point, as you can see, one user created a comprehensive makeup tutorial to replicate Luigi's mugshot. They've created art of Luigi Mangione, and one Chinese user even created latte art of Luigi Mangione, which is genuinely impressive. But they got excited, as you can see by the comment, when they realized that a bunch of Americans found their art and liked it. Now, there's this cartoon someone shared comparing Luigi to Batman, and there's even a phone case somebody got made of Luigi Mangione's perp walk. I mean, that's further evidence that the perp walk did not go the way that they had planned. So Americans are finding out that a lot of English-speaking Chinese users on Red Note are actually pretty interested in American culture, and they care about the issues that affect us, like healthcare is one example. But there's also been a broader cultural exchange where some Americans are trying to learn to say certain phrases in Mandarin on Red Note, and then you have Chinese people who don't already speak English trying to learn certain phrases to communicate with Americans in English. And what's happening feels really significant, and some American TikTokers, they feel that. So they went back to TikTok to share their reactions after being on Red Note for a little bit. And what's obvious is that this kind of started out as a rebellious ploy by TikTokers to antagonize the US government for banning TikTok, but it morphed into something much more wholesome and substantial. And I want to play a quick compilation to show you what I mean.
有很多中国朋友找了很多钱，这些工会没有你们，这一切都不可能实现。
Something so hilarious about the U.S. government forcing Americans to realize that they live in the bad place and that China pities them. People on Red Note being like, oh, you guys can't afford groceries? That's insane. Oh my God, your MRI was $1,200? They shouldn't be that way, you guys. You guys are humans. You deserve rights. And Americans being like, they got a point. What the fuck? Like, it's actually insane that the American government pushed
that doesn't mean,
Americans
though, that
into
China
the hands of
is the
seeing
greatest
that, oh my goodness, these people are nice and welcoming, more welcoming than the U.S. government. What a backfire. Like, it's actually, you couldn't write this. You couldn't make this shit up. The most hilarious way to push Americans into the hands of, like, the great superpower that you're so afraid of is for them to just look at the people being nice to them and being like, oh, you guys deserve health care. You're humans. You should be able
Let's
to
talk
afford
about
groceries.
the,
Look at this grocery haul. We can
human
actually
rights
afford food.
violations
This is what it's like to afford food.
Let's talk about the weak.
This is what it's like
Let's
to
talk
afford
about
your life.
the people that
I feel bad for you guys over there.
Held
Like, it's
in
actually
detention
insane.
camps and re-education camps. Let's talk about the human rights.
Emotion
I'm not saying that
to
America
the people
doesn't do
who've already
human
been on
rights
Red Note
problems.
being like,
We're
hi,
literally
TikTok
doing
refugees,
human rights
I'm so
problems
sorry you
right
live
here in
there.
our own country.
This is a historic moment that does not happen often. The citizens of two rivaling countries are coming together in solidarity and sharing culture with each other. This is a beautiful moment in human history.
And I hope that's
and
all.
Unlike all of the historical events we as millennials and Gen Z have lived through, this one is actually a good one.
And this is really significant. Americans have a particular perception of Chinese people that was fed to us through Western media and government propaganda, and it's created assumptions and expectations about what Chinese people were like in our heads from such a young age, right? But interacting with them shatters all of those preconceived notions. You know, when you go to Red Note, you're immediately greeted by Chinese people who are incredibly welcoming and kind, not to mention some of them are super funny. And just seeing fellow humans treat you with respect, that radicalizes you in a way no propaganda ever could. And hundreds of thousands of Americans are now having this eye-opening experience. And I think that it's important, and it should inspire more people to challenge themselves and talk to others, not just online, but in real life. And I'm kind of having to challenge myself to do the same as well, because we've all kind of become really isolated since COVID. And for a lot of us, our only engagement with other human beings is through negative interactions on Twitter. And that's just not healthy, right? It kind of sours our perception of humans in general and makes us almost misanthropic. So it's nice to see that this has been a learning experience for so many Americans. And I'm glad that they are feeling good about this. But with that being said, as I alluded to earlier, there is a downside to Americans flooding a Chinese social media app. And I say this because they may have inadvertently catalyzed changes to the app that will ultimately shut Chinese Americans off from their own Chinese culture. And this TikTok user explains what's happening and how it affects her.
Red Note or Xiaohongshu just released an update in the Greater China region with a function to separate out foreign IPs. And there are now talks of moving all foreign IPs to a separate server and having a different IP for those who are in the Greater China area.
Wow.
I
Could've seen that
know through VPNs and other ways people are still able to access the app, but essentially this is going to kill the app for Chinese Americans who actually uses the app to connect with the Chinese content, Chinese language, Chinese culture. It's a way for me to feel, I don't know, all of this just because we wanted to say fuck you to the US government. I get it, but I just wish it wasn't at the cost of others. That's all I have to say about that.
And that is genuinely heartbreaking, because as a Chinese American who used Red Note to stay in touch with Chinese people and Chinese culture, she may lose that as a result of this mass migration from TikTok. And obviously, nobody intended for this to happen, and it doesn't take away from all of the positives that came out of this, but it's still a really great cost to pay if you're a Chinese person living outside of China, and this was one of the only social media apps that you used, and it was a link to Chinese culture. And to be clear, I don't think that this is a plot by the app to cut off communications between both cultures, because basically, as I understand it, everyone was in one big feed in the same server before TikTok users joined, but now that there's so much foreigners, they've created different servers because, like all social media companies, they're trying to tailor content to individual users and thus assume Americans and Canadians and Europeans are going to want to see different things on their feed than Chinese users. So there has to be some way to break these cultural barriers and talk to other people around the world without severing connections between immigrants and their communities. So that's something that I feel like needs to be discussed more in this conversation. And I think that anyone who creates some sort of an app that fulfills this demand that apparently is there, it could be huge. But another question is, how long is this actually going to last? Because the mass migration from TikTok to RedNote is exciting because right now everybody is still in their honeymoon phase. So at some point the novelty might wear off and eventually people might want to go back to a feed more suited for their specific interests. I mean, that's kind of how people get addicted to social media in the first place. And if RedNote isn't able to meet that need, then, you know, long-term people might not necessarily use it. And if users from America do fall off, I hope that it kind of returns back to what it was before Americans joined the app. So that way people who used it originally aren't shut out from their own culture. But still, regardless of how long this lasts, I think that Americans have learned some really valuable lessons from it, especially when it comes to healthcare. It doesn't have to be this way. But it is, because our government is corrupt and doesn't give a shit about us. Yeah, and before anyone comes in saying, oh, well, yeah, well, you know, China's bad too because of this and that, every country has problems, obviously, but their reaction to our healthcare system is not unique, right? People around the world react the same way when they hear about the cost of healthcare in America. And to show you what I mean, Politics Joe asked British people their thoughts about American healthcare costs, and they were just as shocked as Chinese people on RedNote were. So let's watch.
Yeah. You need an ambulance. Okay. How much does an ambulance cost? Call out in America.
I don't know, $100?
No. Way more.
Should I go up?
Yeah, you should go up, yeah.
$200.
Times that by 10.
No.
Yeah, what, like upwards like $200?
About 2,500.
Oh my God! That's horrific!
Yeah.
For an ambulance journey?
Yeah. On average, about $2,500.
Ouch.
Literally.
Yeah, and then you just get sent that bill.
Yeah. If you're uninsured, yeah.
Bye. I'm sorry.
So you are an American.
I am, unfortunately. We always like to say get a Uber or a Lyft. Don't get an ambulance because it's going to be a lot of money.
You would get an Uber to the hospital.
Oh, absolutely. The ambulances are ridiculous.
So I'd rather be die at home alone.
Ambulance call out. How much do you think that costs?
Zero payment.
Zero payment.
Yeah, zero payment.
No, it costs $2,500.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
you look. An inhaler.
$100.
Yeah, you're pretty close. It's a bit more.
120.
250 to 350.
For an inhaler?
Yes.
Man, so if you're poor, you're dead.
I know that it's like public health care in the UK. In the US, fortunately, I'm able to get health care through my parents, their jobs, but like I carry an EpiPen, and I know that like the cost of that has just been rising. So like there's like very few companies that even compete, so it's sort of like a monopoly for the EpiPen. Even though like we have insurance, it cost my parents about a couple hundred, even with insurance.
So 2 EpiPens, how much do you reckon they are?
$80.
600.
$40.
I'm afraid not.
More?
More?
$100.
More.
150.
More.
250.
More.
Shut the fridge.
More.
£300. $600. What? Why?
Well, that's a very good question.
$600.
Yeah.
So if you're poor, you're dead. Yep, pretty much. And I'll link you to both of the videos in that clip down below and highly encourage you to watch them because he asked them more questions and their answers are super entertaining. But I love how both of the random Americans that they bumped into could talk at length about how shitty our healthcare system is. I mean, I'm telling you, everyone in America has a healthcare horror story, or they know somebody who does. Everyone in America has had a bad interaction with an insurance company. This is just what we all deal with. Our healthcare system is just trash for regular people. I mean, it's great if you can afford it, but not so great if you can't. And the point of me showing you the reaction from British people is to demonstrate that Chinese people aren't alone in their shock. This is everyone's reaction when they hear about the American healthcare system. We are uniquely terrible. We are an outlier, and Americans need to understand that so that way they demand more. Right? We are the richest country in the world. Every single year due to a lack of health insurance. Medical debt is the #1 cause of bankruptcy in this country. Every other comparable OECD nation guarantees healthcare to all of its citizens, and the fact that we don't is embarrassing, and our lawmakers should never be able to live that down.
I mean, I think there are definitely, times where I have found very helpful things from Crystal. To be honest with you, not so much the Young Turks, to be honest. I mean, just being honest here, and I have to say that I have not followed that much of the Young Turks, but I have seen clips where Anna has talked about. The fact that everybody's calling her a birthing person or something to that effect, which I find extremely hard to believe that there's been more than one person that's ever said that to her. But whatever, be that as it may, I don't care if it's 10. Who cares? Grow up.
We like to consider ourselves critics of media, right? We like to think of ourselves as, the left zone indie media critics. And Sam Seder, quick to point out in this clip that he's not a media critic, though he'd make a fair one if he ever decided to. Surely he could put us out of business, right? But he goes into not just the Young Turks, but a little bit of breaking points thanks to this caller. And boy, is it spicy.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point, Zach. I think that in some ways Sam Seder is a media critic, mostly though of the right-wing media. A lot of times on Majority Report, they're reacting to fools like Dave Rubin or Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro. You guys know the usual cast of characters. Here on the Vanguard, we do things a little bit differently. Traditionally, we've always kind of preferred talking about our own. Call it problematic, call it a circular firing squad or whatever you want. Call it destructive TMZ drama guard. Yeah, poisoning the well and destroying the left one video at a time. But either way, we like to talk more about the left. Bad actors
then this
on the
is
left,
what happens.
good actors on the left, people we agree with, people we don't agree with, the whole spectrum, right? Either way, let's take a look at this video, guys, because Sam Seder kind of compares and contrasts the reporting of TYT with breaking points, and specifically, I think Anna Kasparian with Crystal Ball. Those are the main names that get brought up.
Hi, Sam and Matt. This is Stephen in Dublin, Ireland.
Stephen in Dublin, Ireland. What's happening, Stephen?
So I listen to and watch quite a lot of politics in America. I've listened to your show for years. Did listen to TYT and watched TYT for a long time. Unfortunately, with the issues with Anna, in particularly talking about trans issues, just kind of turned me off it. And recently, I also listened to and watched Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar. So unfortunately, the other day, there was they were speaking about the Haitian migrants story that was made up, and Sagar was just extremely racist as usual. And even brought in Irish people into it and said about Irish people causing prohibition, when we came into America. And that was the reason why the drunk Irish had to, you have to ban the alcohol to stop us.
What?
Now, yeah.
Well, I have no doubt that in some circles that was used as an excuse.
Of course, and we, that is something that kind of still people say about the Irish, but I think we would use it as a good example of, even though we're white, we were treated particularly badly, similar to the Italians, in New York. Look, I find that part funny, but also he has been bringing up trans issues and being kind of transphobic. And I really love Crystal. And so I suppose the question that I have for you, I don't want to stop, listening to different news sources just because somebody has a different opinion. I do like the idea of their show.
Have you ever heard of the Vanguard?
Yeah.
If you're looking for a new program to enjoy,
watch for the revolution.
These two are hilarious.
Sign up below.
Well, that's what I'm hoping Sam Seder recommends.
That it's somebody that's more on the left and someone more on the right, but they're basically apolitical. What is your opinion on kind of that style of show? And do you think it works? Do you think it helps people kind of understand left issues more? Or do you think
I'm not going to pretend like I watch either of the shows that you've mentioned on a regular basis. I just don't. I don't watch. I don't watch other people's shows really for the most part. I just end up, I read more often than not. I'll see clips. I think there are definitely, times where I have found very helpful things from Crystal. To be honest with you,
retweet.
Not so much the Young Turks, to be honest with you. I mean, just being honest here. And I have to say that, I have not followed that much of the Young Turks, but I have seen clips where, Anna has talked about, the fact that everybody's calling her a birthing person or something to that effect.
Really hurtful.
Which I find extremely hard to believe that there's been more than one person that's ever.
There's never been more than one person. I question whether it's ever happened at all. And this is the same Anna Kasparian who yesterday we reacted to saying, "Oh, Kamala. Oh, what's the difference? Just stop being woke." Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you can't get called a birthing person, but also we can't ask that the vice president and, presidential candidate from the Democratic Party be shown a little bit of human decency by having their name pronounced correctly. And somebody in our comment section the other day actually made a really good point about that, how a lot of people were pronouncing Tim Walz last name Waltz. And then when we all realized we up, nobody made a big deal out of it. We all just started calling him Tim Walz instead. It's because everybody just made a quick adjustment, because when you read it, it looks like it might be Walt, but it's Walz, and nobody cared, and it didn't become a big culture war nonsense talking point because he's a white guy.
Or said that to her. But whatever, be that as it may, I don't care if it's 10. Who cares? Grow up. We just see, stuff like they've also been harping about how crime statistics are out of control. The fact of the matter is that in 2023, crime is down in this country with something like 90% of police departments in the country now.
And go ahead and check out our most recent video or maybe not a recent video we put out.
It was in a live stream,
Yeah. We basically debunked line by line Anna Kasparian's FBI talking points when they put out the most recent list of crimes reported. Not only are murders and all violent crimes down, the only crime that's up is consumer crimes.
Reporting. They like to pretend that less than that have been reporting. Here's, they put up this Crowder, that dude. He put up something, and the fact of the matter is that the most recent crime statistics. You've got me a little bit off topic, but this set me up because I'm not, I'm not a media critic, but I am a critic of BS that is being pushed by people. And put up that murder dropped in this country from 2022 to 2023. Violent crime was down about 3%, although it was up for hate crimes for LGBTQ people.
What?
And here it is. Overall, and this is coming from NBC News, overall, the FBI's National Incident-Based Reporting System collected information. Because here, put up that tweet. Do we have that tweet from Crowder's producer?
I'm not sure which.
I had it in the Slack.
Okay. Look.
From Gerald or whatever that guy's name is.
Okay.
Gerald.
I mean, I'm only bringing this up.
Gerald.
And like I say, I'm not a media critic. I don't know. I haven't watched enough of Saagar and Crystal's show to know. I've seen clips that I've found very helpful from Crystal.
Boom.
And the clips, frankly, I've seen from TYT. I'm not going to pretend like I watch that show on a regular basis either. But I do know that the complaints about crime over there, I mean, it's like local news.
Watch that crap.
They'll take one, crime and then hype it and make some type of data around it. But here, this is what Gerald wrote. This is Crowder's producer.
Okay, what's hilarious about that, guys, is this is exactly verbatim what Anna Kasparian argued on the Young Turks. She used this exact talking point, which is why Gavin and I, for 6 to 8 months now, have been arguing that I'm pretty sure when she goes home, she just watches the Daily Wire. I'm pretty sure when she goes home, she just watches Fox News, Steven Crowder, Adam and Sitch, whatever. I think she is getting her information from right-wing sources, because that if you were in that situation where you work with lefties and you're like, oh, I want to get an ulterior or alternative perspective, right? And so maybe that's how you start off naturally. And then you just start being really, really unsophisticated in how you scrutinize this data. So you say, oh, yeah, 32% of all police agencies submitted no data. That must mean that the police agencies want to cover up how bad they're doing. Oh, yeah. And so we have to give them more money because there's so much more crime. Like, do you see how flimsy that is? That's right-wing brain dead logic, guys.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, she really gives the game away when she accidentally lets one of those right-wing talking points slip. That it's like you only would have had that talking point in your head if you were absorbing a lot of this sort of media in the first place, which I think is very true.
Which, granted, did not participate. What is he responding to? I think is like somebody said, like, where are the statistics that say that crime isn't down? Because he had made that claim. This map. 6,000 agencies submitted no 2022 data, 32% of all police agencies. He's complaining because he's saying that the 2022 statistics are wrong because only 70 or 68% of the police departments submitted information. Well, now, and of course, he has to point to 2022 because he doesn't want you to see that in 2023, we now have 94.3% of the country.
And again, if you want to hear this first, you can subscribe to the Vanguard. We covered this.
Reporting in. Agencies that cover 94.3 of the country.
You guys are
700 additional agencies in 2023 compared to 2022.
This is King
on
Mob's
that national
Corner. What are you
incident-based
fucking
reporting
doing?
system. And the fact of the matter is that crime is down.
Oh, God.
Rare W for Pete.
In fact, the only crime that is up, speaking about misinformation, the only crime that is up
consumer crimes
is shoplifting.
Yeah.
Recorded events of shoplifting were up from about 1 million in 2022 to 1.15 in 2023.
Is that because of the new law saying that you can steal anything under $1,000? I've heard a lot about that. I'm sure Anna will, let us know about her talking points in that regard as well.
It's true. It has nothing to do with skyrocketing housing, grocery, fuel, and living expenses.
About all the wage
it's
stuff
actually Americans are so greedy, and we made crime legal.
The interesting thing about that, Rise, it now brings us to 2019 levels. In other words, all the time that we heard that shoplifting was going crazy, the smash and grabs and this and that, shoplifting was actually down.
Back to the levels of when Donald fucking Trump was president, by the way.
2021 and 2022 and in 2020 because of COVID. And it's up now to where it was pre-COVID.
Well, because the shoplifters are just hearing about the George Floyd effect, where it's.
And also, let's talk about shoplifting a little bit. What about inflation? Ever hear about inflation? Isn't that a form of theft? Isn't that corporations stealing from the American people, taking advantage of desperation, specifically in a time like COVID during the pandemic?
I mean,
why aren't you talking about that, Anna Kasparian? How come that's not part of your analysis? A lot more people are shoplifting.
They sold themselves off.
I wonder why. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that corporations are price gouging the desperate American people, and that a lot of folks have no other option. Have you ever seen freaking Les Mis? How does it start? They just stealing a loaf of bread or whatever.
well, it's crazy. Let's take LA, because everybody's like, "Oh, you guys are hillbillies from the country. You're from the urban area of Kansas City, where the murder rate is way higher than LA and New York. So shut the fuck up, coasters." But we don't fearmonger about crime, because guess what? I can walk safely anywhere in my fucking town. But yeah, if you live in LA, if you live in New York, if you live in San Francisco, guess what's skyrocketing? Your rent price. Okay, guess what? You can't steal rent. You can't steal rent. Many people would try. If you can't steal your water bill. You can't steal internet unless your neighbor lives really close by and you're sophisticated. You know what I'm saying? What you can steal is your groceries. What you can steal is fucking new sneakers. What you can steal is socks when you don't have money for that. It's an economic crisis that we're witnessing. And as Chad has pointed out, we don't see them talking about corporate crimes. I would love to see the trend for corporate crimes. Me too, Hysteria Creator. I'd love to see Anna and Cenk start talking about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Instead of how
Yeah.
these powerless, desperate people are responsible for the lives
They've
of the
definitely
America they
been,
once loved. And it's
sucking
giving us
the
a bunch of
teat of,
NIMBY-ass
corporate
excuses for why we
America a
need
lot
more cops
lately.
on the street in the most policed country in the world, in the most
can't put up
incarcerated country
with
in the world, and with the most militarized
Anna
police in the world.
Cenk anymore. They done
Worn
lost
out on
me.
other types of crime.
They were future predicting the George Floyd effect. But so I guess, Steve, I gave you a really unsatisfying answer. I don't know.
Very satisfying
You should
for the
continue to
intro. Thanks,
watch that show. You know, if there's value in watching it despite Sagar's transphobia. But I can tell you that the transphobia that,
Sagar doesn't even really care.
you know, if you tell me he spouses it, I believe you. It's not hard for me to imagine. But that I've seen come from places like TYT or, you know, Crowder or whomever it is.
TYT
and
Crowder
the crime hysteria. It's sort of fascinating. The crime is actually down, except for the hate crimes against folks in the trans community because of this type of rhetoric.
Yeah, and I do think, like you mentioned, like they're the main things that TYT did, you know, Anna in particular did kind of push forward, you know, without kind of understanding the criticism that she was getting, that she's a producer on that show. She's deciding which, you know, stories to push to the top. And, and of course,
100%.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it
there are
was.
people.
I can't remember what story it was that I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
I can't remember what story it was that.
And actually, guys, that was me calling in. I just had my Irish voice modulator on to get the drama, to get the juicy tea from Sam, and he delivered.
Coke's in a pot of gold to the end of the rainbow, huh? So hard.
Yeah, I should have just sent in Zach. I wouldn't even have had to use the voice modulator. Could have just had you do the impression. But that was great. I'm really glad to see someone at Sam Cedar's level, you know, not just a bottom feeder like us, but a real political commentator who's in the same league as Cenk and Anna, calling this bullshit out. As he said, this crime hysterics and the transphobia, it's bullshit. It's reactionary garbage.
definitely
And the
further
worst
ahead than
part,
I
in my
am.
opinion, is that Anna specifically, it seems like Cenk is a lot more willing to debate. To his credit, he'll go anywhere to debate. But, you know, the thing that really annoys me about Anna and this pivot that she's taken is that she wants to just do the pivot, but then not face any accountability over it, not face any of her critics, not face any contrasting perspectives.
she
The
doesn't
most we
want to be
ever get in that regard is the little moments we react to, as we did yesterday, when someone like John Iadarola happens to be on the panel and is able to push back, but it's very rare. Anna Kasparian goes out of her way not to invite on anyone else who feels differently, who's criticized her or pushed back. And again, she's saying things that are completely contrary to things she was saying not that long ago, guys. It's like been a total 180 on a lot of these topics, specifically the gender, language, birthing people controversy, all that kind of fear mongering over the trans community. It's all very new. It's all as of the last like 2 or 3 years. So, you know, it's really weird that she wants to insulate herself in this increasingly right-wing echo chamber. And again, she won't even have anyone on to debate about it.
Of course not. You don't want to talk about that shit.
I got into an argument the last time I actually spoke to Cenk. I don't know if it was a year or two ago or when it was.
Oh, definitely.
For
us to keep playing.
Where I said something to the effect of like, you know, maybe it was about trans women in sports.
Based.
And I said something to the effect of like,
Alpha Chad, Giga Chad.
this is
Sam.
not an important issue. It's one thing to be sitting at a bar and you know, having a casual conversation with somebody about what you think about, you know, sports. I mean, I'm not that into sports, but I can understand, you know, people sitting around a bar going like, well, you know, what should the inclusion rules of the International Basketball Association be? But I said something to the effect of like, you don't need to.
bunch of fat guys my height talking about women in the WNBA and what their rules should be around a couple of brewskis. Yeah, that's the real sophistication.
I mean, I do think he's right
I
though.
know
That
what he's
like
saying.
when you're just a normal person, I think that sometimes these kind of conversations they can take place when it's just like between average folks, and they might be confused about like what the hell, they have men playing in women's sports now. What's going on with that? You know, and oh well, actually they've been on hormone. Oh, okay. Like these kind of conversations can happen. And sometimes ignorance is not always a result of hatred and bigotry. A lot of people just, they're normal people. They don't care about trans people, not because they hate them, but just because they're busy with whatever else is going on in their lives. So again, they might not have all the appropriate nomenclature in their back pocket. They might not be prepared to discuss these subject matters as sensitively as we are, but I think he's right to point out that, those kind of conversations can absolutely take place. But when we're talking about a public figure, a political commentator who's consistently like stoking the flames of this culture war, who's consistently throwing gasoline on the fire of this fear mongering, and moral panic.
Tell every opinion you have on your political talk show, because you have an editorial responsibility. What's actually important? What's being manipulated and being used? And these issues of crime, frankly, and the issues of transphobia are being utilized by the right, in addition to them lying about all this stuff. Just the attempt to make the conversation.
And we can give a supplemental example of how this happens all the fucking time, right? It's not just hysterics, it's actual live practice. I remember one day I had a homie I worked with, trans dude. One day went into work, was able to have access to transgender affirming care. Next day, Attorney General of Missouri bans that shit. And he's like, holy shit, if I can't get the tea that I need, my body is going to be fucked up right now. My body is going to be fucked up right now. And fortunately, there were avenues where he was able to get what he needed. But these are real lefty issues, and not I had to check the box that said birthing person. Like, you'd have to be a deranged, hysterical person to even try and equate them.
About it. Now, I think there's a debate to be had as to whether, weighing in on these things is hurting or helping. And I think, it's an argument on a per issue basis. A lot of people said never report on what Rush Limbaugh is saying. Well, I don't think that works out very well. That's my opinion on it, that it's worth it engaging in it, but you have to be.
See, guys, you hear that? It's worth it engaging in it. He's talking about what we do, covering Anna Kasparian clips. He's giving us our flowers, guys. He's saying this is a serious service to the people.
And what I do respect about Sam is that he does think that there's a real role for media criticism. And we've been really critical of Sam in the past. We've disagreed with him. We've hammered him, and he's always been super nice to us. In fact, you guys might see him on the show in a couple of weeks before the election, because I think he's going to come on and gab with us for a while. And I really respect that, even though he is the media, he doesn't mind having media critics react to his content.
Yep. And much like I was saying about Cenk, I was giving Cenk credit for actually engaging with his critics and debating. Sam Seder also engages with his critics and debates basically anyone who wants to debate him. I remember he had on like that dude, Actual Justice Warrior, totally destroyed him in a debate. He debated like Jackson Hinkle back in the day. He debated us. That was a fun conversation. Sam is really unafraid of actually, engaging in those sort of intellectual exercises.
Oh yeah, he's confident in his beliefs, and I think that's
absolutely
something
no reason
that's
to
admirable.
be afraid of
Engaging in it with an awareness of like, you're also, every time you open your mouth about it, you're helping push some type of false narrative, and you need to make sure that what you're doing dispels it. And I mean, like within the context of the Rashida Tlaib story, every time we mention the accusation, a certain percentage of it continues to bleed in the accusation that she was anti-Semitic when she was clearly not. I mean, so this is all part of it. But the fact of the matter is that people who are going around saying that we had some type of abnormal crime spurt following the once in a lifetime, hopefully, certainly once in 100 years so far, pandemic, or that there was some type of crisis in, girls' sports or women's sports or sports in general because of trans people is absurd. It's absurd. there's some type of crisis because people are using birthing persons instead of like women in some very narrow circumstances. I mean, give me a break.
A medical form, which is the only time she could actually give a legitimate example of when the birthing person was being used. And you might think that would be relevant. Like, hey, do you menstruate? A question a doctor should be able to ask you, right? Like, hey, is this something that your body still performs as a function, right? It's a gentle way to ask if somebody's cisgender, and it's inclusive, and it's no skin off your fucking ass if you're just a regular, decent human being. And the fact that she acts like it's some erosion of women's rights, some chip away at what makes her her. Oh, I'm not just a menstruating person. No, you're not. Nobody's ever reduced you to that on one single medical form. You were asked a very specific question. You know what I mean? It's like if I had to ask there's any number of fucking I don't know, it's just ridiculous.
All that stuff transparently fabricated and inflated for a transparent purpose, and that should be part of the job is ascertaining that purpose that these sorts of blind alleys lead you.
And to be clear, still going on. We have Republican candidates across the country still running on this stuff.
Yep.
We have ads going out. I don't know if it was in Florida or.
And what's really something I think to note about Ana Kasparian's recent pivot is that her uproar and pearl clutching about the birthing person thing, her skepticism when it comes to trans healthcare, it's coming at the same time where she started to say like some pretty problematic things about race in an unexpected fashion, right? Like the Kamala thing,
I don't speak to black people because I'm afraid that they're going to call me racist.
Bro, that was the most unhinged thing I'd ever heard anybody say that claimed to be a progressive. Go ahead and repeat that one more time for the people in the back. This is a direct quote from Ana Kasparian, who will tell you that she's not racist. What did she say on a hot microphone?
On Stitch and Adam's show, she said that she doesn't like talking with or hanging out with black people because she's afraid of saying the wrong thing and then getting called racist.
Yeah, to which case she was reassured by a bunch of white dudes that that's totally normal and that everybody feels that way. And she doesn't want you to think that she's in a right-wing echo chamber. Then why are you doing all of these things simultaneously? It's not only the racism, it's not only the anti-LGBTQ bigotry, it's not only the, pro-cop, anti-homeless talking points, right? It's that they're all coming together at the same time. This is not organic, dude. This is called selling out, and it's a problem.
Or maybe it's in Ohio, where Marino is running against Sherrod Brown by putting out transphobic advertising. I mean, this stuff is being weaponized. And the victims, incidentally, because I don't think that it really has the electoral resonance that the Republicans seem to think it has. But there are real victims here. They are children who are stigmatized. There are trans people who are subject to full-on violence, to murder, to assault, to getting fired from work, to losing housing, to being ostracized by their family. I mean, across the board, there are victims here. Make no mistake about it. But it's not the people who have to go around and I don't know if I'm a woman or if I'm a birthing person. I've lost my sense of who I am. Somehow my rights have been abrogated because of it. It's absurd.
So that was about the end of that clip.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
I'm frustrated by you not answering a direct question.
Trump needs to take a good look in the mirror.
Teeing off the most recent round in this fight, take a look at this.
I agree with everything you say, and I have your back out here in the States. And when I saw that you were going to be on, I said to Benny, I have to meet Andrew Tate. I think that your anger is the same that President Trump has for our country, and the time is now for us to stop being wimps. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. And I also have to say that I sympathize with you because I think you go through a lot of the same show me the person, I'll find the crime that President Trump has gone through. You're being under siege and I see it, and just keep fighting. I mean, I'm here for it. You know, there is no time anymore for weakness. We are being destroyed and we need strong, powerful voices like yours. And yeah, I got your back over here.
Well, I tell you, if I ever get stateside, and I think I will sooner or later, if I ever need a lawyer, I'll be calling.
I think that a fake man's man like him deserves a fake lawyer like her. Also, I love every time he opens his mouth, it's a reminder that like, oh yeah, he doesn't sound as tough as he'd like to, I bet. But anyway, look, I could remind you of all the reasons why it's utterly pathetic that Alina Habba would say, I agree with everything Andrew Tate says, but I don't think I need to do that. I'm going to let Ben Shapiro do it in a second. I also could point out why it's so weird and pathetic that he's like Zoom backgrounded himself into being with a podium and flags or whatever. Such a weird choice. But anyway, let's get to a reminder before we go to Ben Shapiro, a reminder of who Andrew Tate is.
I have to fuck her so she obeys me. I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do. When I watch a Bond film and I see him basically pimp a bitch, to me that speaks to my heart. I've been there. I've done that. Anyone who's followed me long enough knows that I first made my $1 million with a webcam business. I have met beautiful women with a good personality and thought, she will make me money. I have to f this bitch. I don't want to have sex with her. I just need the money.
Okay, leaving aside his complete misreading of the Bond movies, which I've seen every one of, I don't know what he watched. That is what Alina Habba agrees with by definition, because she agrees with everything he says. So him having sex with women so that he can convince them to engage in sex work so he can extract all the money from it, Alina Habba agrees with that as well as everything else he said. But that's my view. Ben Shapiro had such an issue with what Alina Habba said that he did a 20-minute video trying to convince her and the right to dump Andrew Tate. And I want you to remember, this is Ben Shapiro. So his 20-minute video is like 40 minutes of a regular person convincing you that you don't need to be affiliated with Andrew Tate. We're just gonna play a little bit of it though. Take a look at this.
I want to start today with a controversy that erupted online, but is sort of indicative of a broader problem that the right currently has with, say, the influencer class. This controversy erupted because Benny Johnson had on Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, for those who don't know, is an online provocateur. He is mostly famous for one time being a kickboxer, and now he sort of runs around with his shirt off with fancy cars and good-looking women and smokes cigars and says some things that are sort of useful critiques of the left, but mostly says crazy stuff online. And he has generated an enormous following, So Benny Johnson had on Andrew Tate. And he also had on at the same time Alina Habba, who is a counsel for the Trump team. And Alina Habba was really praising Tate.
It's funny that I think he's mispronouncing her name there, which I find is very interesting. But regardless, he's right. It's a good critique, and we're gonna get to more of it in just a sec. But this is one of the instances in which I think Ben Shapiro is like kind of being honest and real. Like, I think it does actually bother him, probably for a combination of ideological and religious reasons, the weird sex stuff and sex crimes Andrew Tate is alleged to have engaged in. That does seem like a thing that does really trigger Ben Shapiro. Unfortunately, not always. He thinks Pete Hegseth should definitely be Secretary of Defense. The fact that he's been accused of sexual assault and has also cheated on a bunch of his wives, for some reason that doesn't violate the religious beliefs of Ben Shapiro. But anyway, he has more to say about Habba particularly. Let's go to that.
What Alina Habba is saying there is not actually true about Andrew Tate. He is not of the same ilk as President Trump. Find me the person and I'll find you the crime. That is true of President Trump. That is not particularly true of Andrew Tate. No one is saying you can't have Andrew Tate on your show. It's a free country. You should do what you want. What I'm saying is that if you say you're conservative and then you have someone who truly is disgusting on, and you proceed to tout them, praise them, nod along to everything they say, cheer them, You're doing more than platforming, which again is fine. Platforming, the idea that you can never have a conversation. You can have a conversation with whomever you want, but there's a difference between having a conversation with a person and becoming a propagandist for that person. If you're a person, for example, who purports to stand for biblical values or American values or traditional values, you probably have a moral obligation, not probably, you certainly have a moral obligation to ask Andrew Tate, who is a self-stated bad man, hard questions about his actions and his beliefs and his past. Not to, as so many on the right have, help him falsely rewrite his legal record or ignore all of the things he's actually said while nodding enthusiastically.
I think that is so amazing because he's right that you shouldn't do that with Andrew Tate. I mean, it becomes needlessly convoluted where he has to be like, no, but you could totally have on the show. I love free speech or whatever, when he clearly doesn't think there's any reason for you to have Andrew Tate on. But everything he just said there about not nodding along and helping him rewrite his history, you should ask him tough questions about what he did, is the exact advice that he should be giving to Republican senators right now with Pete Hegseth. But of course, he doesn't want that because he likes Pete Hegseth. He wants him to be Secretary of Defense. But anyway, I do think he's right, Sharon, about Alina Habba and about MAGA. They should dump Andrew Tate. But what do you think?
It's so obvious. It's not even profound, although I have to say I agree with him. Okay, the way he framed it is true. What she is doing is propaganda. She's not a good lawyer. She's not a good journalist. She's not a good interviewer. It is indeed propaganda. She might as well have Scott Peterson on her show next and ask him, what's your favorite cookie or donut or something, and just keep it light. But to praise this idiot guy who, again, these aren't accusations. Ben is, I'll say it again, right again, when he talks about how he's a self-proclaimed bad guy, Tate is. He loves being bad and naughty and exploiting people and saying that out loud. So it just makes her look daft, indoctrinated, stupid, a pick-me, wanting to curry favor, maybe because he has followers or something. I don't know. But it's just a strange underbelly that we've entered into in this society now.
Yeah. Look, if he's serious about this and if he actually wants to fight back against not just Tate, but people like Tate, who, I'm sorry, Ben, but that is a significant portion of your base. That's a significant portion of what the MAGA movement is. And a significant portion of the MAGA movement loves Andrew Tate at least as much as they love you. If you want to engage in that fight, I think that's a good idea. I think that you should probably do that. But I also think that you need to be real that you have blinders for other people in your movement that are also accused of having done terrible things. And there's weird hypocrisies there where yeah, he's not the show me the purse, I'll find you the crime, but Trump is. Trump hasn't committed any crimes. He didn't do any of that stuff. I didn't see January 6th. I didn't see him steal the documents. None of that stuff happened. You can be right about some things and obviously wildly hypocritical about others. When you click the join button and become a tier 2 member, you get access to all of our weekly top 10 lists. What are you waiting for?
So, guys, we have an alleged ceasefire that was reached the other day. I'm going to say the word tentatively here. There's a lot of interesting backstory. So, first of all, one of the things we know for sure is that Biden's taking credit. Biden and his team are taking credit, but also Trump and his team are taking credit. And from my reading of the situation, it does appear very clear to me that the thing that really moved the ball down the field was Trump had some real estate developer asshole buddy of his go on the trip to Israel.
Witkoff.
And homie just threw his weight around. He was told oh no, that's Shabbat on Saturday. You can't meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And he was like, the fuck I can't. He better get his ass in here. I don't care what fucking day it is. And so allegedly he threw his weight around a little bit and basically let him know you're accepting this deal, and that's the end of the conversation. And so that led, of course, to a reaction from many people online, basically saying holy shit. Biden was playing the role of, oh, helpless Biden, I can't do anything. But everybody was pointing out, of course you can. You don't want to do it because Biden is ideologically a hardcore Zionist.
Right.
That's what, he doesn't care. He supports what Israel is doing. So everything else is kayfabe.
Correct.
Right? Now, in my opinion, and I'll get your thoughts on this in a second, the story seems to fall apart, though, on the Trump side, because when push comes to shove, and I'm going to use a strong word here, you let me know whether or not you agree with it. Effectively, I think this is a fake ceasefire deal. It is complete and utter PR, and I have some evidence to back that up. But before I get into that, go ahead, Crystal.
Well, I mean, First of all, it's sort of heartbreaking watching. It's beautiful and it's heartbreaking watching people in the streets of Gaza, Palestinians who are children out in the streets, parades of people who are just celebrating a possible end or at least a brief pause to their absolute misery. So with that being said, like, you know, number one thing that is very clear is Biden could have achieved a ceasefire at any time that he wanted to. We were all right saying, like, if you want to and you apply pressure to Israel, we are ultimately the superpower and they will ultimately cave. And I think that has been proven out by this series of events. But there are a lot of caveats here. First of all, on the Netanyahu side, he is now throwing up all of these objections. Oh, Hamas is reneging on the deal. He has yet to come out as of this recording and be like, we came to a deal. This is happening. Instead, he's claiming that Hamas is reneging on the deal. He's also pledging all sorts of things that are not actually in the deal, claiming that, oh, no, we don't have to abandon the Philadelphia corridor. That actually, yes, in the deal you do. Saying, no, this doesn't mean that we're going to stop, eliminating Hamas completely and achieving all of our military objectives. Well, obviously, Hamas is not going to agree to a deal that requires their own destruction.
Yeah, like, can I walk everybody through that? Because I have, like, all the things laid out here for everybody. So, all right, couple things. You have Mohammed Shahada and Jeremy Scahill, a journalist of DropSite. He's been following this stuff like right on top of it, literally involved in conversations with people who are in the negotiations on the Palestinian side. And so he knows a lot of details. So a couple things. First of all, there's an allegation that basically Trump is giving Netanyahu a, quote, gift bag in order to have this appearance of a ceasefire.
Yeah.
So it's not like there weren't strings attached. It's not like there weren't other concessions that were made. And the list is as follows. Number one, permission to violate the ceasefire after phase one and resume the genocide. There's a big thing that Israel does all the time. You'll have some sort of a deal. You'll get through phase one, and then Israel backs out of the deal while claiming, no, Hamas violated the deal, and that's why now we're allowed to do the thing that we're going to do. So that's point number one. Point number two is the U.S. is going to lift sanctions on extremist settlers and also the Pegasus spyware company. There are currently sanctions on them now. Allegedly, Trump is saying, we'll get rid of that if you give me this PR win of having this ceasefire. And then number three, and this, of course, is the big one, and we know this also because of Miriam Adelson and all the money that she gave Trump, is a major new land grab in the West Bank. And the question is, well, how much of the West Bank is Trump already giving away to Israel? Is it a piece of it? Is it all of the West Bank? And so this was allegedly the goodie bag or the gift bag that was given. Now, there's also more information. So after this ceasefire deal was announced, again, the one that Netanyahu still hasn't come out and said, yeah, we're agreeing to it.
Right.
Israel ramped up their killing in Gaza. They're bombing relentlessly. Again, this is something that Israel historically has done. Right. When they're on the verge of a deal or there's a hard line, a date for the deal to kick into effect, they're like, how about we kill everybody we can before we get to that deal?
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of cold comfort to be like, yeah, a deal's coming, but your grandma just got murked the other day. According to Ryan Grimm, he says Netanyahu said yes to Trump's envoy. So when they were there behind the scenes talking, Netanyahu said yes. Now he's saying no publicly. And he basically trying to make Trump look like a fool, which, by the way, that's our only hope and saving grace on this is that Trump takes it personally, basically.
No, that's exactly
and is like, nah, you go fuck yourself now and, basically like cut off the weapons. But again, he gets so much money from the Israel lobby that it's almost certainly not going to happen.
Well, and that's the other piece is that, so it's reported in the Israeli press that
I was going to get to that.
Bibi has basically promised Bezalel Smotrich in particular, who is an even more psychotic, if it's possible, member of his coalition, that don't worry, we're only doing phase one. We'll get some hostages home, and then we're going right back to the fight. And so that's, been reported out in the Israeli press. It's possible that Bibi is just posturing so that his government doesn't collapse. That's theoretically possible. But that's what he is essentially presenting in Israel in order to, move forward with this deal. He's saying, phase one only, don't worry, then we're going back to the fight. What is disturbing is that Trump's incoming national security advisor, Mike Waltz, came out and basically confirmed that the Trump administration was looking at it very similarly. So he gets asked this question, does this mean that the war is over? And effectively his answer was no. We still support Israel, quote unquote, demilitarizing Gaza and achieving their military objectives, which means their, maximalist destruction of Hamas not being allowed back into governance, etc. So effectively confirming that they also plan to, spike the deal after phase 1 and allow Israel to go back to the fight. Now, I would say that is the most likely outcome, in my view. That is what Israel wants to do. That's what the Trump administration is indicating that they'd be cool with. I think the only thing that would push against that is if somehow Trump found it to be like personally embarrassing to him for it to fall apart and not go forward. But I mean, we really are like betting on the goodness of Donald Trump to push this thing forward. And as you're pointing out, he's got all kinds of interests in the other direction.
That's not
I mean, Miriam Adelson.
Yeah, Miriam Adelson is his real boss,
gave
right?
him $100 million for his campaign, said as part of this, you're going to allow them to annex the West Bank and basically do whatever they want to do. So, I find it hard to believe that after phase 1, they're going to, continue with phase 2 and fully withdraw in the way that they are ultimately supposed to. And then the other piece of this is, Hamas gets a say too. So when you have Bibi out there promising this isn't a real ceasefire deal, we're going back to the war and we're still going to, work to utterly destroy your organization. Well, they have no incentive then to move forward with the deal either, if it's already being announced in advance that this is basically a fake ceasefire in your terminology.
I mean, Trump gave Israel the Golan Heights, and allegedly Miriam Adelson at the time was like, oh, I wasn't even asking for the Golan Heights yet, and he let Israel officially annex it. So we know where his allegiance lies. We know who gave him the $100 million this time around, $200 million last time around when it was Sheldon Adelson. Now Sheldon Adelson is dead, right? But again, just to underscore some of the things you're saying here, Jeremy Scahill points out the narrative being pushed today by Israel is that Hamas is reneging on the terms of the Gaza agreement. But it's Netanyahu who's doing it.
Of course.
It's a tale as old as time. This is what happened since like November. You've had Hamas agree to terms of a deal to release all the hostages, and you've had Israel rejecting that agreement while insisting Hamas won't negotiate. Hamas won't agree to a deal. And so that's a tale as old as time.
Well, and this specific agreement, Hamas has agreed to since May. This very same agreement with very few alterations, Hamas agreed to back in May. And the Israelis admit, I mean, Ben-Gvir, who is, the sort of twin psycho of Smotrich, they hate each other, though. But anyway, he's an insane person, total terrorist, etc. He goes on and brags about how he helped to sink the negotiations and block any sort of a deal. So the extreme right in Israel, they're honest about the fact that, no, it's on our side. We are the reason that there has not been a deal to date. So that's why when Bibi comes out now and is like, oh, Hamas is reneging on the deal that they agreed to back in May and have been consistently in support of, now suddenly they're back. I mean, it's just, obviously it's bullshit.
So Haaretz says the following, quote, the staged ceasefire agreement is a ruse. That's Haaretz saying that. Trump's team, Mike Waltz, as you pointed out, is rushing to make clear that they'll allow Israel to violate the ceasefire. Quote, if the IDF is required to enter Gaza again, we are with them. Hamas will not continue to serve as a terrorist organization and will not rule Gaza. And then more, as Michael Tracy points out here, he says, look, it doesn't seem very likely that Hamas agreed to annihilate itself. But if you read this piece in Haaretz, it says, don't take my word for it. Trust Netanyahu's own aides and confidants like his chief of staff, Yossi Fuchs, hilarious name, who wrote on Wednesday that the deal, quote, includes the option to resume the fighting at the end of phase 1 if the negotiations over phase 2 don't develop in a manner that promises the fulfillment of the war's goals. Military and civil annihilation of Hamas is part of that. This is, again, I don't want to be the buzzkill here, but this is fake. This is not real, right? And look, you can't help but think about the classic example. What happened with Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter, where it was the Iranian hostages were there, and you had Jimmy Carter and his team working nonstop to actually get them to release the hostages. Ronald Reagan had a back channel to the Iranian government and said, don't release the hostages. Don't release the hostages. Wait until I get in there, then release them when I'm in there, and then I'll look like the hero. And we all know who went to Mar-a-Lago not that long ago to have a secret meeting with Donald Trump? That's right, Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Now, the difference in this instance is I don't think Biden really cared anyway. I don't think he was really putting pressure on the Israeli government, right? Whereas Jimmy Carter did.
I don't think Biden wanted a ceasefire. I mean,
exactly.
That's my opinion at this point. Is the reason there wasn't a ceasefire is because Biden didn't want a ceasefire. All of the leaks to the press about, oh, we're trying so hard, blah, blah, blah. That was for the benefit of a Democratic base that was utterly disgusted with what they were seeing in this war. But in reality, him and Tony Blinken and all the rest, they wanted this war to continue. And so it did.
So the difference is Jimmy Carter actually wanted to release the Iranian hostages, whereas Joe Biden didn't. So Joe Biden is not off the hook here by any stretch of the imagination. No. But the point that I'm making is that clearly, this is like sort of a PR stunt on the part of Trump to make it look like he has a win when functionally at the end of this all, I really don't think it's going to be a positive outcome. I want to make this point too. So Al Jazeera English earlier today, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said his cabinet will not meet as scheduled to approve the Gaza ceasefire deal. Again, blaming Hamas for causing a last-minute crisis. So Rashida Tlaib chimes in and basically says, look, this is all a song and dance unless and until you have an arms embargo. That's the only way to stop these assholes from continuing their genocide, is to do an arms embargo. And unfortunately, the likelihood of that under this administration is the same or worse compared to the last administration.
Yeah.
And that's where we are right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, on the Israeli side of the ledger, Bibi cares first, last, foremost about his own grip on power.
Right.
And he had thought that he had kind of devised a plan that would allow him to move forward with this ceasefire deal without having his government collapse. He added some more moderate in the Israeli context to his coalition, giving him a little bit of breathing room. He did kind of a divide and conquer strategy with Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who are both total psychos but happen to also hate each other. He thought, I can move forward with this deal and I'm going to lose Ben-Gvir, but I'm not going to lose Smotrich. And he could lose one but not the other, effectively. Well, now Smotrich is also threatening to abandon the coalition. And that's where these promises of like, no, I promise we're going to, after phase one, we're going to go back to the war. That's, I think, also part of why he's now walking this back and pretending like, oh, maybe we're not going forward with this and Hamas is reneging on the deal, et cetera, because he's first and foremost interested in his own survival, and that is threatened by moving forward with the deal. You know, from the Trump perspective, like he obviously doesn't care about Palestinians. Like that's the most obvious thing in the world. He likes the fact that this is embarrassing to Joe Biden, and it is,
right?
And it should be, right? The thing that we've been saying all along of you could secure this if you want at any time was 100% true. So he likes embarrassing Joe Biden. There are some 30-plus hostages, including dual American citizens, who would be released in this first phase one of the deal. So it would enable him to say, look, I brought the hostages home. I brought our hostages home.
Right. That's it.
Embarrass Biden and then let the Israelis get back to what the Israelis want to do.
But think about it, Crystal. That's how rabid and disgusting and grotesque the Israelis are. Basically, what Trump is telling them is like, hey, idiot, why don't you pretend to agree to a ceasefire deal to release all the hostages and then go right back to bombing the shit out of them? And they're so fucking genocidal. They're like, we don't even want the hostages back. We just want to keep fighting and we don't want to stop for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That's literally what's going on here.
Yeah.
That's literally what's going on here.
That's right.
We should, oh my God, that government. I'm sorry. They need to be.
Well, that's one of the things that's come out in Tony Blinken's exit interview and also the American ambassador to Israel, Jack Lew's exit interview. Both of them said that, you know, there was mass genocidal sentiment immediately after October 7th, not just among like Smotrich or Ben-Gvir or even Netanyahu.
The public.
The public.
Yeah.
Was saying no food, no fuel,
Right.
not one, you know, no innocents in Gaza, period, end of story. And both of them confessed to some version of that. And then they, you know, they used that to justify, like, that's why we couldn't do that much. But it was quite an admission.
Oh,
that
absolutely.
the entire society effectively, you know, and I don't want to, like, not everybody, but by and large.
4% are good. 4%. You remember the poll?
By and large, the Israeli public is gripped by this, like, genocidal mania. And here we are. Here are the bombs to fulfill your grotesque fantasies. It's just absolutely unbelievable. The last thing that I'll say is you mentioned the goodie bag from Trump and several things that had been, you know, possible parts of the deal and what was offered to Netanyahu in exchange for moving forward with some semblance of a ceasefire deal. The other couple of things that I've heard are Saudi normalization.
Right. That's true. Yeah,
which,
I saw that too.
that would basically be a continuation of the Abraham Accords, which pushed the Palestinian issue to the side. Now, the Saudis are claiming, we have to have some, semblance of a two-state path, blah, 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 but that can be finessed so that it's basically total bullshit, as it has been for a very long time. So Saudi normalization, which would, if it follows the model of the Abraham Accords, would require a U.S. security guarantee, further entangling our country and our troops in the Middle East and as a backup to Saudi Arabia, which is crazy. So that's one thing. The other thing is potentially either allowing Israel to strike Iran or joining Israel in striking Iran or striking Iran ourselves. So potential Iranian war. Donald Trump has always been very hawkish towards Iran, so that would not be a surprise. And then you mentioned the West Bank annexation, which I think is probably almost certain to happen, just given the reporting about what Miriam Adelson's priorities
and
are.
Also, Trump last time moved the embassy to Jerusalem, right? Your
Yeah.
point on the Abraham Accords, the whole point of that deal was to put a middle finger up to Palestinians and say, you don't matter. We're going to work around you. You're going to be occupied forever, allowing them to annex the Golan Heights. Like, his record is very clear on this.
Yeah.
The amount of money he gets from the Israel lobby is colossal. And so I just find it very weird that, like, whenever it's Biden, people have no problem seeing, like, if he says one thing, people can look at his actual actions and go, he doesn't fucking mean that. Look at what he actually did. But for whatever reason, when it comes to Trump, so many people shut their brains off and they think like, oh, he got a ceasefire. He's amazing. Look at what he did. And it's like, why not use that same skepticism that you use correctly for Biden for Trump? And if you do that and you look at the record and you look at the details of this deal and what we already know about the goodie bag that's being promised, I don't know how anybody can come to any other conclusion, but this is a fake ceasefire deal. It just is. And I kept my mouth shut for a while on this because I feel so fucking horrible for all the Palestinians and what they're going through, and I want them to have their moment of hope that there's a brighter future and that this hell on earth is going to stop. But we also need to be ready to stand in opposition as soon as it turns south, which it literally already has, not even a day later.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not even certain at this point that it's going to go into effect. If I had to guess, I think they institute phase 1 and then go back to doing whatever they want to do.
So release the hostages and then boom, right back to the genocide. Right. And they'll say, here's my prediction. They will say
Hamas violated
the deal. So now we have no
guaranteed.
choice. They left us no
Guaranteed.
choice. And if they make the lie interesting enough, Trump will be like, well, they violated the deal. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and I mean, there will probably be some shred of something that they can hang that on.
They'll just make it up.
To make it
They'll make it up.
persuasive. But, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's likely the track that we're on. But like I said, it really is heartbreaking watching people celebrating in the street. And I do hope that they get, at least phase 1 and at least some respite and some aid in and some food and some comfort. Like, it's just unimaginable that we have watched, not just watched, our country has fueled this mass slaughter of predominantly women and children and the elderly. The world superpower that architected the post-World War II international order and talks all this game about human rights, blah, blah, blah. And here we are, like, funding just literally unimaginable atrocities and pretending like it's just fine. Like, the world will never be the same after this. Ceasefire, no ceasefire, like, the world will never be the same after this, after what we've done.
Now I've got the host of Secular Talk, Kyle Kalinske. Kyle, thanks for coming on, man.
My pleasure, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So when I was first getting started on YouTube, yours was one of the only channels that I watched. So, you've been doing this for a really long time now. Obviously, the information environment is much different than it was in the last few years, even the last few months. Even just this week, you look at the wildfires in Los Angeles, you've got Trump, you've got Elon, Mike Johnson. All these guys are hell-bent on just perpetuating as much disinformation as humanly possible. We're in a completely post-truth world now. So I guess the first question here, how does the left succeed in an environment like that where really the right has no scruples, has no adherence to any, even the concept of truth?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a lot more of us. I think that you've built something pretty big. I've built something pretty big. There's others in this space who are doing the best they can, but we need like 50 more people like you and me who do what we do, and we also need lefties who are online to be a lot more vocal and a lot more aggressive and sort of mirror MAGA in that way, because like you said, the disinformation and misinformation, this is like crisis levels now, especially because you have the capitulation of many in mainstream media to Trumpism, or semi-capitulation where they do both sidesism. And of course you have MAGA media with Fox News and Newsmax and Daily Wire and the rest of them. And even the podcast game now, I mean, as I'm sure you know, Joe Rogan, just MAGA now. There's many others in that space that are either MAGA adjacent or outright MAGA. And so it's a dark moment, and we need a lot more voices. We need a lot more people speaking up, a lot more aggression. We need people who are actually married to the facts of the situation. I mean, you brought up the fire. 12,000 structures burned at a minimum. The fires are 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. It's the biggest fire in LA history, $150 billion worth of damages. And the right is controlling the conversation. And they're trying to say, oh, it happened because Democrats are elected in California, which is just utterly preposterous. And we need to be able to recenter the conversation on the reality, which is we're at this place because of climate change. We just are. That's why we are where we are. You're going to have more extreme weather events. You're going to have more natural disasters. It's going to be on both ends of the spectrum, which is why you saw a year or two ago there was flooding in LA. And now in the middle of the wet season, there's wildfires, and there's a lot more of this that's going to come unless and until we seriously address climate change.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear anybody who is claiming that because the LA fire chief is a lesbian, sleeps with women, how that somehow has any bearing on the fact that we haven't had rain in a year and that we're contending with 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. And if one spark goes down because the wind pushes down a power line or a transformer and catches a whole mountainside on fire, how the sexual orientation of the fire chief factors into that is really beyond me here. Well, look, you mentioned kind of the state of our media ecosystem right now. There are a lot more right-wing content creators. Obviously, we've lost Twitter to the nth degree. We've lost every social media site, really, except TikTok, where the left still has a minor edge. But that thing is either going away in about a week, or Fox regular Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, is going to buy it. Lost the LA Times, Washington Post, Meta. Do you worry about how Democrats can succeed with, not just by virtue of the fact that we have fewer content creators and our content creators have a smaller audience, but really the structural obstacles that are erected against us? Like, we're not talking about just the number of creators out there. We're talking about the people who own these platforms. The whole distribution platforms unto themselves are completely right-coded.
That's a really great question. I never really thought about it, but my instinct is to say, no, I'm actually not concerned about that because, we still have YouTube. They allow all different sorts of ideas on there, but it's certainly possible. The fact that I've been able to build up the audience I've been able to build up, and you've been able to build up the audience you've been able to build up, it's certainly it's possible to win this information war. We just need to believe that we can and not stop fighting, right? And that's the thing that I've really been on the war path against, is the capitulation and the semi-capitulation that I'm seeing from every corner of this business, whether it's Republican politicians who've all cucked themselves to Trump, or it's Democrats, or it's people in the media. Really what I'm at war against right now is basically the idea, like, hey, we can move forward, we can fight on, we can actually stay in this fight and eventually win. And certainly what I'm noticing is that since you've had Joe and Mika on MSNBC go to Mar-a-Lago, and you really see this capitulation happening across the board, I'm getting a lot of MSNBC refugees on my channel. I'm sure you've seen a very similar thing. People are just looking for real, authentic voices that can actually tell the truth, can actually hold Trump accountable, can actually deliver information. So in a weird way, I'm actually reinvigorated to fight harder and get the message out more. And I think that there's a lane that's wide open right now. And that's the upside of this dark moment that we're currently in, is that there is a lane that's open, and people they just need to do it. They just need to speak up. They just need to push their stuff out there and try your absolute best. And eventually, I mean, these things happen in waves, right? I mean, I do think we're in the Trump era now, but I think that era is going to crash and burn. I mean, he had a horrible first term. He's going to have a horrible second term. The pendulum is going to swing in the other direction. And then it's just a matter of, are you there to capitalize on it when we get there?
Right. And I think it's worth noting, too, there are no Democrats in charge. The silver lining of that is the fact that there's nobody to blame if and when Republicans crash and burn. And we know they're going to, because Donald Trump is in charge of this party. This is a party that, again, we had issues even getting Mike Johnson elected, the bare minimum as speaker. Obviously, Trump presents his own chaotic challenges on a daily basis. And when he was president, his approval rating never came up above like 40-something%. So there won't be Democrats in the House, for example, for them to pin the blame on if and when this stuff comes crashing down. To your point, though, about independent media and like the burgeoning importance of kind of the ecosystem that we're in right now, you've got moderates claiming that progressives lost this election for tacking, too far left. You've got progressives claiming that Democrats pretending to be Republicans, basically doing Republican light, is what lost this election. Because how is that going to get anybody energized on the left? You've got, the Annas at the Young Turks who outright left the party. Lindy Lee is chasing Fox News contributor contract. So when you look at the broader ecosystem unto itself, where, in terms of where Democrats have to go to escape the wilderness, how are you thinking about the next few years in terms of where we best position ourselves to be able to win?
I mean, that's a great question. I would say first of all, we're not as far off as many people think from winning, okay? Because I do sense everybody feels like, oh, this is now the Trump era, and people are acting like he won 48 out of 50 states. Like this was like a Reagan landslide, or this was like an FDR style landslide.
It was like
I just fundamentally disagree with that.
1.4%.
Exactly, 1.4%, and they're going to sour on him really quickly. And what I would say to people is, you have to keep in mind, with one change, I really think Kamala would have won this election. And that change is, if the original Build Back Better bill got passed, I think Kamala would be president in a couple days coming up here. So in that original Build Back Better bill, we had paid family leave, childcare, universal pre-K, free community college, expanded Medicare, higher minimum wage. It lowered all prescription drug prices, not just some of them, and you had the expanded child tax credit. I mean, that would have been a game changer, the likes of which we haven't seen since the New Deal and FDR. And I think voters would have rewarded Democrats. So what I want people to do is keep their eye on the ball and realize it's not even a thing, oh, we have to reinvent the wheel or we're starting from scratch. No, we were this close to winning it. And the only reason why Donald Trump won in the end, in my opinion, is because your average American voter who might not pay all that much attention just felt like, hey, I think he'll deliver me more change. Now, I don't think that's true, and I think the change that he's going to deliver is revolutionary conservatism, which is going to be extreme, and people are going to hate it. Yeah. But I need everybody to remember, we were very, very close. And if Build Back Better passed, so in other words, if Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema didn't block this, we'd be having a very different conversation today. So we need to remember, hey, man, this is the agenda going forward. This is the bare minimum of the agenda going forward. In all seriousness, I'd, of course, go a step further. I think we should do universal health care. I think we should do, say, a 4-day work week. I think we should do Social Security for all. But if just Build Back Better passed, I think Kamala would have won, and I think people would do well to remember that.
It's the right point, too, because I think a lot of us feel in the aftermath of this election, notwithstanding just the Republican talking point that, like, this is some landslide, Donald Trump has some mandate, even though he's got one of the smallest popular vote margins in the last 100 years, in the last century. Right. But we were just, I think, just over 200,000 votes away from thinking that everything we did was absolutely perfect, right? Like, so I would just caution against throwing the whole thing away because we think this is to your exact point, some massive landslide for the Republican Party. Again, just like a couple 100,000 votes in just a couple states would have made like we would be here right now talking about how everything we did was absolutely perfect. Every single consultant that works with the Democratic Party deserves a raise, and on and on. I do want to ask whether you think the party more broadly from their side, the politicians, if you think that we're in a moment right now where they finally understand the importance of independent media and are going to kind of move away from conferring all of their attention, all of their goodwill onto legacy media. Like the difference between the two sides is that when Republicans want to deliver news, when they want to give somebody a juicy interview, they don't go to ABC or CBS or CNN or NBC. They go to Breitbart. They go to Washington Examiner. They go to Daily Wire, to Tucker Carlson. Democrats don't do that. Democrats, we kind of feel like it's not legit unless it's under behind the glossy veneer of legacy media. Do you think that is finally sinking in? That not only are there diminishing marginal returns in terms of the people that they can reach on legacy media, but that if you actually want to find people who are persuadable, they're not the people who are tuning into MSNBC every day.
I mean, that's a great question. I don't know. I think more Democrats are going to be open to independent media, but I also think there's a little bit of a structural issue there too, because the right and their media ecosystem, like, let's just call it what it is, they're absolute sycophants, right? Like, their whole purpose is like, we love MAGA, we love Trump, we love Republicans, we exist to puff up your ego, pump out your message, and like that's the end of it. And I think the difference on our side is that there's just a lot more honesty. So like if I'm interviewing somebody like Bernie Sanders, it's mostly going to be a softball interview because I like 97% agree with him. I might ask him like 1 or 2 hard questions. But, you know, if I'm interviewing your Joe Schmo average congressional Democrat, I mean, there might be 3 or 4 votes that they cast that I like really have a moral issue with. And then it's like, so what do? Do I focus on just the area where I disagree and give the audience the impression that this person is really bad and evil? Or do I only focus on the parts where I agree, which sort of feels almost like unfair in the other direction, where like I'm giving them too much credit? Or do I focus on both things? And so there really is just a structural problem. The other structural problem is the right really has an endless amount of big money. I mean, right-wing think tanks are flush with billionaire money. Same thing with, you know, the Daily Wire and all the, you know, right-wing shows online. And on our side, it really is a lot more just like sink or swim and try to come up with some sort of a business model where the audience can sustain you. And so I don't really have a great answer to your question. Other than that, I think there are some Democrats who understand the power of new media and independent media. People like Ro Khanna, and to his credit, he's always engaged, even when I might have an interview with him where I'm like, let's focus on these 3 areas where I disagree with you, right? So, but I don't know. I don't know if we can, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. How can we copy like a Joe Rogan style interview, right? Like it seems like that's a thing for them over there, especially because now he's sort of embarrassing himself by hanging out with robber barons on a daily basis and being a propagandist for MAGA. What he's doing has become really gross and off-putting, and I think people will learn that in time.
I think it's incumbent on us to kind of recapture some of culture. Politics is downstream of culture, and we've kind of ceded that ground to the right. And even when you look at when Kamala Harris went on Call Her Daddy, that was largely a political, well, it was entirely political when she went on there, but when Republicans go on these shows, it's not necessarily just to talk about politics. It's not necessarily just to talk about policy. They're able to meet these people where they are, and Democrats don't do that. It's just politics. And so we don't have, you know, these red-pilled comedians that are doing this shows in the same way that, you know, and you can take issue with their specific politics, but like the Theo Vons of the world, the Shane Gillises, and again, you don't know specifically whether they're overt Republicans, but it's red coded, right?
Right.
And so I think that it's incumbent on the left to figure out how, when we talk about politics, or when we have our like ecosystem more broadly, our left of center ecosystem, that it can't just be politics, because you know, for a lot of these people who are watching this stuff, their worldview is informed by the people that they're spending 3-4 hours a day listening to, and it's not based on politics. And only then, when it comes time to have an election around like September, October, when that stuff is really in the zeitgeist, will they start to talk about it. But by that, and of course, you know, their opinions are informed by right-wing ideology. But by that point, people who have listened to them have been listening to them for 3 or 4 hours a day, and they trust them. And so when Democrats have like come in September or October of an election year and dump $1 billion, $2 billion into these ads on TV that go in one ear and out the other, that's not going to be able to contend with what the right has, which is, again, all of these like right-wing, like right-influenced influencers, and they've got an audience who trusts them, who derives their entire worldview from listening to these people on a daily basis. And so when those people give their political opinions, people are going to listen, and they're going to be so much more influential than just saying like, oh, look, I saw an ad on CBS during a football game, and so that's how I'm going to create my political worldview right now. It doesn't work like that anymore. It's not that people like they're going to take their cues from Joe Rogan if they've listened to Joe Rogan for the last 12 months for 4 hours a day. When he finally starts to talk about politics in September or October, they're not going to do it because they saw some ad by the Democratic Party in October.
And that's why you actually hit the nail on the head as to why Rogan has really gotten under my skin and I've really been going after him, is because he did a bait and switch. He was, for a very long time, left-coded, and he would talk about left-wing issues. And then over time, he ended up flipping and endorsing Trump. And he knows that Trump massively cut taxes for the wealthy and corporations. He knows that we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs under Trump. He knows that Trump presided over a net loss of 2.9 million jobs. He knows that 2.3 million people lost health insurance under him. He knows he appointed more Wall Street CEOs and billionaires than any president in history. He knows he filled the NLRB with union busters. He knows that his labor department stiffed 8 million workers of overtime pay. And I think that's what frustrates me, is exactly what you described, which is he was a cultural podcaster first, and just like your everyman first. But then effectively, he basically like sane washed the right and made it seem like, oh, they're the down to earth ones. They're the ones who are like more realistic and more like you and understand you. And I think people are in for a really, really rude awakening about that when they realize your wages aren't going up, you're not getting better health care, more jobs are going to be outsourced, and it's going to be more tax cuts for the rich, and it's going to be a disaster.
Well, what would you attribute that to? Because, like, would you say it's because these guys are just wealthy and Republicans are just better for wealthy people, and of course they have to use culture wars as a distraction so that people don't pay attention to their economic agenda? Or B, do you think that he was a perpetrator or a victim of this whole distraction campaign where Republicans made the entire election basically a referendum on a talking point that didn't exist in practice? This idea that Kamala Harris's agenda was gender reassignment surgeries among trans inmates in prison, something that came about in 2019 and that she's disavowed since then. And so do you think that for him, this is something, again, like, do you think that he is somebody who knew about this and was like, okay, I want a better economic agenda, so I'm going to keep pushing this along with the other people at the top of the Republican Party who know better, but like, fuck it, we'll just keep pushing it anyway? Or do you think that he was actually like a victim of this disinformation campaign himself, and he's like, oh, I keep hearing about trans inmates in prison, and so this must be the thing that everybody's talking about in politics. This must be what this election is a referendum on?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think his friend group, he's surrounded by like edgy right-wing comedians who think just offending people is comedy, basically. And you mix that with their like weird obsession with free speech, where they built this idea in their mind that like, oh, it's only censorious college lefties who crack down on free speech. Not like Trump or anything is super censorious and authoritarian. Never that, of course. Right. But like, you immerse yourself in that world. You're surrounded by right-wing voices all the time. And then, he's mega wealthy, and he's surrounded by UFC fighters who are pro-Trump, surrounded by wealthy business people who are pro-Trump, celebrities who are pro-Trump. He sort of cocooned himself in this right-wing echo chamber. And then I think eventually over time it became he's more the perpetrator than the victim. But he started out as a victim. And then now it's very clear he's just thrown his lot in with MAGA. And the same way he has his like conservative comedian friend group, and they all look out for each other. Now I think that tent has broadened to like, now I also look out for J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Republican politicians. But at the end of the day, however he got there, it's almost irrelevant to me, because he's become a massive purveyor of misinformation and disinformation and the dumbest ideas I've ever heard. And he's dragging young, impressionable men down a path to support a politics that's going to lower their wages, give them worse health care, lead to more jobs being outsourced, destroy the regulatory state completely, lead to more wars. And that's why I've been on that war path lately. I mean, I'm sure you know, but one of the biggest things that I talk about all the time is it drove me crazy that there was this perception among MAGA that Trump is anti-war.
Yeah.
That's never been true. It's never been close to true. He's gone around this entire campaign. He was going around talking about war with Mexico and war with Iran. He told Israel to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. Like, at some point, the information and the facts have to actually matter. His first term has to matter. The stuff he's saying on the campaign trail has to matter.
Why?
But MAGA got it in their head that, no, somehow he's anti-war and Kamala Harris is the war hawk because Liz Cheney endorsed her. And it just drives me crazy, man.
Well, the crazy part about that, I spoke to Cenk a few weeks ago, and he basically said, I asked him, I was like, what's your red line where you're going to stop giving basically the MAGA universe the benefit of the doubt? This idea that, okay, they are supportive of him because of like policy, as opposed to what I think it is just because he says jump, they say how high. All of the principles are malleable, and whatever he wants them, like it can, whatever way the wind blows, you know, he'll change, and then all these people will go along with him. He said that exact thing. He said that they are anti-war, and that's my red line, and I'll stop giving them the benefit of the doubt once we see Trump engage in some hawkish behavior, and they don't abandon him. He hasn't even taken office yet, and right now he's been threatening war with like Denmark to be able to annex Greenland, threatening war with Panama, and like expressly came out and said this isn't, you know, we're going to keep all options on the table, military and economic. And so like this idea, even before he's in office, he's already undermining the very thing that all of these Republicans are putting themselves out on a limb for, which is this idea, again, to your exact point, that he's the guy that's going to keep us out of war. He's going to be the pro-peace candidate. He's going to be the one to keep all of the money inside the United States and not worry about foreign wars. And like, what do you think that Mexico, Canada, Greenland, Denmark, Panama are all just going to roll over and say, yeah, go ahead, annex our territory?
And that's the thing. You're hitting the nail on the head. They already failed the test, Cenk.
Right,
they already So forget everything you said, which was very recent and stuff he's saying, et cetera, which I totally agree with.
Yeah. But
But in the first term, Trump increased drone strikes over 400%. He kept us in Iraq. He kept us in Afghanistan. There was a massive increase, 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan under Trump. He bombed Syria twice. He bombed Somalia. He said we're occupying a third of Syria to, quote, take the oil. He increased the Pentagon budget every single year. He tried to do a coup against Venezuela. He ripped up the Iran agreement. I mean, I can go on here, but but the point is, so if being anti-war, if he crosses that line, we'll abandon him. Well, then you should have abandoned him in 2016, 2017.
That ship has sailed already. Well,
that ship sailed, so they're not going to hold him accountable. They already didn't hold him accountable because he already did those things, and he's saying he's going to do more hawkish things.
Right, and that was kind of the basis for the question that I asked earlier, which is like, because we're in a post-truth environment, it almost feels like while I'm doing this work, while I'm sure you're doing this work, it feels like it almost doesn't matter, because we can say the truth and you just have a barrage of people on the right that just either once their lies are debunked, they'll either continue to perpetuate them, or they'll just or it just doesn't matter to them and they don't care, because I mean, look, this is a party that pretended to be predicating its identity on its adherence to states' rights. Clearly don't care about that, while they have first thing they did after Roe was overturned was introduce, in both the House and the Senate, introduce legislation for a nationwide abortion ban. After the 2020 election, they introduced that Texas lawsuit to invalidate the election results in 4 other states. So states' rights is out the window. You've got family values while the Republican Party marches off a cliff behind Donald Trump, who was just found guilty of 34 felony convictions for charges related to a hush money payout he paid for an affair he had while his wife was at home with their infant son. Fiscal responsibility, these guys added $8 trillion to the debt the last time they had unified control of government. The Constitution, these people refused to certify a free and fair election because they didn't like the fact that Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden in 2020. So there are no long-standing principles that are ever going to change their mind. It is just kind of whatever way the wind blows, and once you call them out for the reality that what they're saying is complete BS, it almost just doesn't matter, and they just continue to trudge forward,
That's true. And to your point, there's some percentage that we're dealing with here that is just a cult. We have to call it what it is. There's some percentage that is just a cult. That's the bad news. The good news is, I think that true number is the percentage of Americans that supported Trump the day after January 6th, which I think is, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was about 30%, 30% approval rating or something like that.
Somewhere around there,
So that's the percentage that is too far gone, which means that 70% are available for the taking. And like I said, they're going to screw this up 1,000 ways to Sunday. They're going to mess everything up. I really hope we can mitigate the disaster that's coming, in the sense that he doesn't ruin things so bad that, we're in a situation we can't get out of. Exactly. Yeah. That's our hope right now. But the reality is, we need to be there when that day comes to lay out for people the reality. You can never give up on telling people the truth, telling people the facts, trying to change their mind. And when all is said and done, and when that day comes, we need to be there to say, okay, this is the guy you supported. Look at what he did. You want to know who's on our side? You want to know what we support, take, say, Tim Walz, for example, the best governor in the country, governor of Minnesota. This is a guy who, with a 1-seat majority in Minnesota, gave us universal free school breakfast, free school lunch, legal weed, carbon-free electricity by 2040, 12 weeks paid family leave, 12 weeks paid sick leave, red flag laws for guns. The list goes on and on. So that's the answer. These things are the answer. This is the direction we're going to go in. We can fix this thing, but people need to be willing and open to have that conversation. Unfortunately, I think we're only going to get to that point once MAGA has already messed everything up, once there's already been a disaster. But we need to be there to say, hey, we can pick up the pieces, and this is the agenda, and this is what we're going to do moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And to your earlier point, that's 70% of people. Look, there was a not insignificant number of those people who are completely low information voters, or not, political sickos like you and me and people watching this right now probably are. But for a lot of people, look, we are in a high inflationary environment that led to ousters and incumbent governments across the entire world. I think with the exception of like Claudia Sheinbaum's administration in Mexico,
Right.
but otherwise everybody was decimated across the world. And so for a lot of people, they just looked and saw and said, okay, in my world, which I don't pay attention to politics at all, but in my world, the cost of things is higher than it was now, so I'm going to punish the people who are in charge. And it's as simple as that. And that doesn't mean that these people are like Roger Stone acolytes or like full bore MAGA, adherents. It's just that these people, it happens across the entire globe where people just want to. It's a punishment election where people just want to take out their frustration on the people in charge, and the people in charge of the Democrats. And so these people are very much so still gettable. With that said, we clearly have something of an issue with young guys. I believe that from 18 to 29, Democrats actually lost young guys. If I'm not mistaken, it was like 49 to 48. And for Democrats to lose a demographic group among young people is I think a 5-alarm fire for us. There are very few young guys in Democratic media. With the like we're two of them among right. Again very very few people who actually do this. How does that inform kind of how you view yourself in this ecosystem at this moment in time, where now we realize that there is a bit of a problem with that demographic group that I think you can relate to a lot more closely than any other.
Yeah, I mean it's disappointing, right? Because I know where my politics have been virtually my entire life.
Yeah.
I know what I felt like were the important issues. I know that, my colleagues, guys my age, guys younger, I felt like, hey, the issues we're all kind of dealing with are all kind of similar, right? Like, I mean, I graduated into the Great Recession.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
like,
too.
I know what it's like. I know, how tough it is out there. And I do think a lot of young men going right is honestly a failure of us to get across the message that we need to get across, and to convince these people that we actually care about these things that matter to their life, right? And the way to win them back is to really refocus on those things that matter. Again, I think that it'll be a wake-up call one day when MAGA screws things up as bad as they're going to screw things up. Like the things that the Republicans say they want to do, if they achieve those things, these people will be like, oh, that is not actually what I was signing up for, right?
Yeah.
Like I bring this up all the time, but you have red states that have decided we're going to ban minimum wage increases at the state and local level, or I'm sorry, the city and town level,
Yeah.
right? They say you can't raise the minimum wage there. They're banning extreme heat work breaks, right, at the state level. You also have Project 2025. They want to ban pornography and cut overtime pay and roll back child labor laws. And what I would say to these young men is, what part of that is appealing to you?
Yeah.
What part of it is appealing to you when they say they want to ban states from doing free school breakfast and free school lunch for kids? What part of it is appealing to you when you look at, in 2022, 36 Republican senators voted against gay marriage. 169 House Republicans voted against gay marriage. These are genuine and sincere extremists.
Yeah.
These are ideologues. These are extremists. And what they're actually in favor of, if you knew it and if you saw them implement it, you would go, oh, whoa, hold on here. I just wanted a higher wage. I just wanted some decent health care. I just wanted a bright future. And I do think the awakening will come. Again, it'll just be, unfortunately, got to hit rock bottom before you bounce up. And
Yeah, I mean,
we'll win them back. We'll definitely win them back with time.
To that point, like even right now, I mean, this election was largely a referendum on the cost of eggs. I mean, that's reductive, but it's a referendum on the cost of eggs. And like, where has the priority of the Republican Party been? Again, it's launching a trade war that would basically do the polar opposite of the very thing that Donald Trump took office promising to prevent, which is high prices. And so he is leaning into the thing that he said he was going to fight against by virtue of winning this election. And again, that's to say nothing of these fights against annexing Greenland, these fights against annexing the Panama Canal. Like, this is not what these people, I think that they signed up for. And because Trump can't help himself, and because there is no bulwark in the Republican Party, because they're all too afraid to say one ill word of the God King for fear of being primaried with Trump's influence and Elon Musk's wallet, they all just kind of have to walk behind him as he like parades around with this like utter insanity on a daily basis. And now they all have to go out there pretending like, while the rest of this country is hurting because they can't afford eggs, that suddenly the top priority in this country is that we need to have Greenland as the 51st state in this country, which, by the way,
a MAGA judge just slapped down overtime pay for 4 million Americans. Biden signed the rule. 4 million Americans were going to get increased overtime pay. A MAGA judge slapped it down. This is the stuff. We need to focus on this. We need to get this out there. We need to let people know the reason your wages are lower is because of MAGA. By the way, after the judge struck that down, did Trump come out and disagree with it? No. Did Elon Musk come out and disagree with it? No. Did any elected Republican politician step out there and say, well, hold on now, I'm in favor of these people getting their overtime pay? None of them did it. None of them. And in fact, at the same time, a couple days later, you had Joe Biden signed a bill to increase Social Security payments. This is the stuff. Again, you made this point before. I made it as well. The facts don't sell themselves, right? Yeah. And what MAGA does well is they will pick something that they think they're popular on and they will hammer it forever until oh, yeah, that's their thing, right? But Joe Biden, God bless him, he's really up there in age. And even if he does something good, he doesn't have the vigor to go out there and say, this is what we just did, just so you know, I did this, we did this. Do you understand that? And they don't do that. And so that's why we're in a position now where it's on people like you and me to go out there and give people information. Hey, did you know a MAGA judge just slapped down overtime pay for 4 million people? Did you know Joe Biden just raised Social Security payments? And so the more we get the truth out there, the more we get this information out there, the more people learn what's actually going on, the more it's incredibly clear that the MAGA Republicans are not the way to go by any stretch of the imagination, and they are objectively going to make things worse.
I think that's exactly the right point. Let's finish off with this. As an extension to that point, yes, we have a president right now who isn't able to prosecute the economic case against Republicans. He wasn't able to prosecute this campaign against Donald Trump. In large part, that's why we're in the position that we're in right now. So then, to that point, who do you view as the future of the Democratic Party moving forward? I mean, it feels a little bit, from my vantage, like we're just moving forward rudderless, and that independent media folks like you and I and everybody in this ecosystem have outsized influence now because we have no clear heir apparent in the Republican Party, in the Democratic Party. And so who do you view moving forward as like, whether it's on our bench or not on our bench, who do you view as kind of the future of this party?
So number one, I would say, unfortunately, we don't pick our leaders. Leaders emerge. And I don't know the magic or the voodoo that gets us to the point where a leader emerges. But when a leader emerges, you know that a leader just emerged, right? So that's my first answer is I don't know who's going to be the standard bearer, who's going to be the one to lead us out of this. But I will tell you who I hope it is. Me. And that answer I've been given everywhere. I really hope it's Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
The reason I say it's Jon Stewart is because I think he has phenomenal politics. He stands for all the right things. He's also funny, which is huge nowadays. He's also controversial, which this is another lesson that I need Democrats to understand. They are terrified of controversy, terrified of it.
Yep.
What if I were to tell you, not only is controversy not bad, it's not even that it's like a neutral thing. It's actually objectively good.
It's a net positive, yeah.
It's a net positive. And in fact, I remember Trump admitted this one day. He had Doug Burgum with him after Doug Burgum endorsed him. And Trump gave a speech where he said, This guy Doug, he's a great guy, real polished, real good politician. His problem is he doesn't generate any controversy. And I remember watching that and thinking, oh my God, Trump understands he's doing it on purpose. All the stuff he's doing it on purpose, generating the controversy. So we need to mirror that. The other thing is, and I don't like that this is the case, but it is the case, it's just true that like being a big celebrity, like it's a massive upside of if you run for political office. Just the fact that you're a celebrity, this country's celebrity obsessed. People go, oh, I know that person, I like that person. And so that's why I hope it's Jon Stewart, but I don't think Jon Stewart has any interest whatsoever in running. And I don't know if he wants to take the burden of trying to save this country and put it on his shoulders. But I have no doubt he's capable of doing it, and he absolutely would do it. And he would be the kind of leader that I could line up behind because he's going to be aggressive, he's going to tell the truth, he's going to be right on the policies, he's going to be controversial, he's going to be charismatic, and I think he can get it done. Remember, he has legislative experience. He helped get through that bill to look after the first responders. The PACT Act. Huge. It was amazing. So he did the 9/11 first responders. He got them health care. And to your point, he did the PACT Act for the veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits. And if you remember, Republicans voted it down the first time. They voted it down. And what happened?
He humiliated them to such a degree that they all just turned on a dime and suddenly had to, And they did that, by the way. They did that to try to punish Democrats for daring pass the Inflation Reduction Act. And Jon Stewart was able to effectively, like, shine spotlight on the fact that this was who the Republicans were looking to punish. They were looking to take their anger out on Joe Manchin for daring support the Inflation Reduction Act by punishing sick veterans. And there are very few people who could do what he did in that moment, and to humiliate them to such a degree that without offering any concessions, he got them to all flip and ultimately support that bill.
He torched them. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, I wasn't alive at the time, but I know because I've read books on it. This is what it was like having FDR as president. This is the guy, I welcome their hatred. This is the guy who would make enforce his political will, use the power of the people for good. And I want to get back to that time again. And I think he's one I have confidence can deliver that.
Have you had any contact with Jon Stewart or tried to make any contact with Jon Stewart? I know he's notoriously difficult to get an interview with.
So I personally haven't reached out. I think I've said on air a couple of times, like, I'd like to have him on the show or whatever. I personally haven't reached out. But it's funny because Crystal, my wife, and the host of Breaking Point, she's had him on at some point on Breaking Points, and I asked her about it, and she was like, oh my God, I had him on when he was with Apple and was doing that Apple program. And so she only has the information from like the Apple booker who no longer works with Jon Stewart. And I was like, oh my God, this sucks. I can't get in touch with him. You let me know if you get him on. I'd love to see if you can get him on.
I will. I mean, he's my white whale, basically. Him and Barack Obama are the only people that I'm trying to get. But so it's not looking good. But if I do, I'll either share his information and or also make sure I pose that question on your behalf. Kyle, where can people who are watching this right now see more from you?
All right, thanks, man. You guys can see me on YouTube. The name of the channel is Secular Talk. You could also, I would say, follow me on Twitter, but I'm trying to get off Twitter. I started a Blue Sky. I'm now on Blue Sky. My name is Kyle Kulinski Show on Blue Sky. That's the actual account. So thank you very much for having me, man. I appreciate it.
It was great talking to you, man. Thanks so much.
All right, everyone. We're calling that the end of this stream for now. Please go ahead